Too bad. There was a waste of joke.
Oh, really? And, you
I
know,
never knew he had all the degrees from.
oh, yeah.
Nice.
I mean, very intelligent
Yeah,
guy.
very.
And Souter did mention the fact, and which we've talked about for a number of years now, had he been born later in time, he would have been diagnosed as having Augsburger's autism. And very high functioning, very intelligent, but you know, with some short of the social skills. So
You know the history with this guy.
I've only heard rumor. I've not.
Only one time.
Yeah.
He was bitter.
Yeah. Oh, that I much knew.
Very bitter.
Yeah. Because he was what, clerk, and
Basically got accused.
right. Something. If I was told, it was something about.
I'd like to wish
issuing
everybody a
marriage
happy
licenses
Valentine's
on
Day.
weekends.
And the United States
And
government
profiting
just
from
came out and said
and never-
they're pretty
never
damn
reported
sure
them.
these weren't aliens,
You know, and
balloons they were shooting down. They're human-made.
I can't.
I think it cost him his job.
Oh, I'm sure it did. Yeah.
And that was just bitter there to say. Sharp guy.
Yep. Van Wy, is this all the stuff you collected at the last farm show?
No, this is all candy I gotta get rid of. It's 5 years old, so I decided.
Well, thank you. Happy Valentine's Day, sweetheart.
Hey, congratulations, VP.
Hey, I wrote up the elevator.
So you didn't get a Valentine's Day. Yeah, you're true. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, well, I made such a big deal out of that.
I was gonna bring
Yeah, I
cookies.
brought you all cookies.
I was gonna bring cookies too, but I couldn't get out of the Myers thing without in my cookie jar. Did you ever get 74 or 75? Yeah, I'd work with
Too much time.
Yeah, but you're drinking mud out. Yeah.
Cookies, I know.
But, yeah. Yeah. Nice, I think. You never eat at night. You not eat at night and then eat ice cream with me. No, that's the only reason I watched the end of the Super Bowl. I couldn't sleep. Thank you.
I just got a quick question. Is solar going to be on today? I didn't think so. I just wanted to make sure, according to the email. I saw that.
Issue for project.
I wondered, it's rare I have to be on site for work, so I just wanted to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day.
Unless somebody brings it up that I don't know about.
Right, right. Okay.
And I would like
I got some cutie pies.
to let everybody know that yesterday at the commissioners meeting, the sound system was overloaded and it got really staticky and we had to shut the recording off early. It wasn't intentional. It just happened. We're hoping it doesn't overload today. We're going to try again and see what happens. So.
Okay. It happens. One last question. So I know you guys are probably getting spammed with email, so I didn't want to send an email, but I was going to ask, can I get a list of the precinct committeemen? How do I go about doing that? Trying to do research.
County chairman and.
Okay, so go to you. Okay. Okay, I asked the clerk, and they said to come to either you or the Democratic. Okay, so is that public knowledge or not? No. Okay, the public access counselor thought it was. Okay, good. Okay. I'm going to send you an email. I know you're getting spammed. I know you're getting tons of emails, so. The GOP one? Okay. I can do that. Thank you again. Happy Valentine's Day. I'm going to stick around. Are you guys doing a prayer? Okay, I'm going to stick around for prayer.
We had a Valentine's Day. There was a there was a line when I came in. I think, yeah, there must be a hefty court load. There's a lot of attorneys walking up. Oh, jeez.
Who's the Democratic side of that? Oh.
Did discuss that at his funeral. All right. All right, I'm going to call the February 14th, 2023 meeting of the DeKalb County Council to order, and we'll begin with an opening prayer by Councilman Yard.
Would you bow your heads, please? Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to see another sunrise this morning. And as we meet here today to do the people's business of DeKalb County, we ask for your strength, wisdom, and guidance in our decisions that are going to be made and our representation as such. And Lord, may we never lose sight of the many freedoms that we have, including the freedom to gather here today. And especially may we never lose sight of those people that have fought, defended our right to have these freedoms, and may we never lose sight of those. And may we never lose sight of all those people on the home front and on the battlefields over the years that have fought to preserve these freedoms that we cherish and sometimes get overlooked. We ask for this in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right. Next, we have the additionals and transfer requests.
Minutes.
Excuse me, the minutes. Minutes of the January 10th meeting. Do we have any additions or corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented. And moved by Councilman Dembski. Second by Councilman Collins. Discussion?
Did you get a chance to look at those last night? Because there was like a paragraph in there, remember? I did. Okay.
All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of accepting the minutes as presented signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same, that motion's carried. Next, we have the additionals and transfers. Just a second here. All right, we have two additionals. The first one is from the Cume Cap. This is from the coroner's office. And actually, before we go any farther, there are two here, and can we take, one's a cot, one's a vehicle. Can we take these together? Because they're associated with one another. Okay, we'll take them together. All right. Coroner's office is coming from Cume Cap Development Fund. It's for the equipment account in the amount of $1,600. Was this included in the annual budget request? The answer is no, and the reason is it was a change of elected officials. How was the appropriation to be used? To purchase an MOBI F500 mortuary stretcher. Specific cost of the item is $1,580. This is a verbal estimate. Is this a recurring expense? The answer to that is no. And was this discussed with the liaison? And yes, it was, even though my name is there. It was discussed with Councilman Collins, who is their liaison. Susan and I, because both the coroner and Councilman Collins were brand new, didn't want them to have to go through an additional first right off the bat. So that's why my name's on there. And then the second one is from the coroner's office, from the CCD fund. This is a purchase of a vehicle. The amount requested is $58,500. Was this included in the annual budget request? The reason is that prior denial, change of elected officials. Will this appropriation be used? How will this appropriation be used? It is be used to purchase a 2023 Ford Transit van. Specific cost of the item is $50,835. And how was the cost determined? There's a Ben Davis spec sheet. Is this a recurring expense? The answer to that is no. Will other expenditures be necessary? Yes. Lights, cabinets, markings, and per estimates received. Discussed with the liaison. Again, this has got my name on it, but it was discussed with Councilman Collins. So with that, probably the best thing to do, Jenny, is why don't you give us a brief explanation of what you're trying to do here, if you would, please. Just make sure that the mic is turned on.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. So what has happened is that several years ago, Mike Gerber, the former coroner, was able to get a grant for a striker cot for our vehicle to take in our vehicle. The striker cot is just what the area EMS workers use. So it in itself is 125 pounds, just the cot alone. And so while it's been a great asset to our department, it's also been somewhat problematic in that we don't have the appropriate lift system to use with that cot. So Mike got a grant for the auto load system for the striker cot and found after receiving that system that it did not fit in our Tahoe. So between the cot and the auto load system, we have grants worth about $40,000, and it's first of all, to me, it is not safe to use that striker cot without that lift system because, as I said, it weighs 125 pounds in and of itself. We're working with a lot of bariatric patients at this point, or bariatric decedents. So when you're loading the cot into the Tahoe, we have to manually, while the legs will lift, you have to lift from the bottom and push that into the vehicle. It's extremely heavy. It often takes 3 to 4 people to do so. We had a scene last week where it was ice and snow, and getting the traction to get that cot into the vehicle was quite problematic. And so that is why we're looking toward the Ford Transit van. The deck is lower. We can also have that auto load system installed into that van. We have the capability of storing that inside where we did not have that capability before. So I feel like getting a new vehicle is very important to our department at this point.
And this is a new vehicle, and it's not going to get a lot of miles on it, so this is one that you'll be able to use for 10-plus years, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And as I said, we'll be storing it inside, and it will be cared for very well.
And then the other issue is the cot.
Okay, so
cot.
yes, I've requested a mortuary cot. So while we have the striker cot, we also would like to have the capability of using a secondary cot if there's more than one fatality, and that has occurred. In fact, just recently we had a double homicide. One of very few homicides that occur in our county, but it was a double. We had to make 2 trips. It wasn't efficient.
Okay. Discussion, questions?
Why was this denied one time? It says here it was denied once.
A new vehicle for Mike?
It says priorly denied, then changed to electric.
I can't tell you why you guys denied it. You guys just told him no, so he didn't try.
Can I tell you a little history of what's happened with the department, just so you understand why I'm so really want a new vehicle? So I started with the department in 2011. At that time, we had a different Tahoe that was a hand-me-down. The brakes were going out of the system. The shocks were bad. We drove this for a very long time, and we used a used mortuary cot. The cot would not stay erect. So when you had a decedent on the cot, it would not stay up. And at one scene, the cot literally went to the ground. We could not get it back up, and we had to push this poor man down the driveway inches from the ground. It was very embarrassing for me. It was very embarrassing for our department, and I can't imagine how that family felt. We approached the coroner at the time, which was not Mike Gerber, approached for a new cot. He was denied. They said, we don't have money in the budget for a new cot. So myself and one of my other teammates went about doing presentations to places such as the Legion to see if we could raise money for a new cot for the department. People gave us $0. We were able to raise no money whatsoever. And in fact, people were offended at the thought of it. But death is just a part of life. There should be dignity in death. So we were able to get a secondhand cot ultimately from the Steuben EMS, and that's what we've used for a very long time. We ended up with another hand-me-down Tahoe from the Sheriff's Department that is all rusted out at this point. It has a lot of electrical problems. It has to be plugged in all of the time. It's a crapshoot whether or not the vehicle will start. So we have consistently had hand-me-downs. And I said when I decided to run for coroner, this is not the way it's going to be anymore. Our department may have one of the lowest budgets, but our job is one of the most important in this county. What we do is very important. How we present ourselves to the public is very important. It is important that we deal with death with dignity, and we deserve to have a new vehicle. We deserve to have the cot that we need, and that is why I'm here today. As you can tell, I'm very passionate.
I don't remember either why it was denied, but we went through a number of issues with a refrigerated truck and who had a vehicle that was going to be moved up or traded from a different department. So that's all I remember, Bill.
Did you make comment, or did you make the comment that there was $40,000 in grants that she got towards this? If I remember
When we
right.
talked about this, and I don't remember if it was last month or the month before, Mike had applied for an IPEP grant for the loading system, and we received it. Or we were eligible for it, and it was back ordered. I know there was a deal with, or tried to make a deal with Parkview, because Parkview didn't get theirs either, and, but we
That
have the
never- And that
grant.
part never happened. We got our system, we've had the striker cot, that's what we've had for a few years now. And then it was the auto load system, but the auto load system, which has, well, it's over in our building now, but it had been in Mike's barn waiting, it doesn't fit the Tahoe.
I understand that.
So yes, the county only paid 20% of both the auto load system and the striker cot that goes together.
But there's no money available towards the new vehicle, right?
No, that's not in the budget.
Where
So
the
it's
heck-
an additional.
Where the hell's the ARC money?
Well, there will be what they trade the used Tahoe in for, that will go towards it, but it wasn't already asked for in the budget.
It wasn't. So in other words, well, I knew that, but I thought somewhere along that side I heard, and I know I'm getting old, but my $40,000 worth of grants, but that is not it.
The grants were for the cot and the auto load
Okay,
system.
but that's not for the truck.
No.
No.
And this price I was looking here, 50,000, that's the cost. That's not without trade-in, right?
That's all of everything. That doesn't account for any of the trade-ins or anything, because I have to appropriate the full amount
Yeah.
to be able to pay for it when it is time. So yes, that number's offset, but I have to ask for the full amount or it's not going to get paid.
Susan, on this page you gave us here, it's got the price of the van at $50,800, then all the discounts and so on. So with the price of the stretcher
We'll get down
in the
to
van, it comes to
39,000.
41,400. And then if we add 6,000
Okay,
for
thanks.
lights and installation and
You're
everything,
getting
that
close.
makes it about
Might as well.
47,000. Why are we asking for 58,500?
Just,
Let me
with
see that.
the explanation she just gave you. She has to appropriate the full amount.
I understand, but
So this truck is actually
Bob
50,835.
showed me.
So I have to appropriate all of this, and we didn't have the other part of it. So this here is the 52 plus another 6. What did I ask for? 56
59
something?
something.
Yes. So all of this together, everything in this, and then there would have been the cot also. All of it together, all of it has to go in as one lump sum, even though we have monies in different funds.
So, but if we're going to vote, we're going to be voting on about 48,000 out of the 58,000 that's appropriated?
The net, you're going to vote on the net, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
So I have to have you approve what I have in there, but in reality, the 6,000 from the box truck and the 5,000 from the Tahoe, 11,000 of it is actually off of what you see here.
That money will go into the cum cap.
That 10,000 difference?
Right. The trade-in amounts and that will all
Yes,
be.
yes and no, it can't because that's not where it was purchased from. So I have to do the behind-the-scenes stuff to make that work, but that's why all of it is appropriated for cum cap here so that everything can be paid the way it needs to be paid.
But I guess my question is there about a $10,000 difference?
Yes.
Okay.
These right here, this 5,000 and 6,000, those amounts are behind the scenes in our funds. Well, the trade-in that will just figure when we do it, but the $6,000 is already in the general fund from when we sold that truck.
So in real dollars, we're going to be spending about 47, 48,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody clear on that? All right, any other questions?
You guys measure to make sure that the new cot, the second cot you would be able to put in beside your striker cot will fit in that transit?
Yes, we
will.
have measured, and I've also consulted with a company that does those installs.
Approximately how many miles a year do you average on the vehicle?
Well, I'm going to give you trips rather than miles. So we do about 35 transports a year. That's primarily what we use it for. So I can't tell you how many miles were put on it last year because we don't keep track of that, or we haven't in the past. We will going forward.
Now, so a transport is from the site to where? To the hospital?
So typically, the site to the forensic center at St. Joe Hospital, and then back to a funeral home oftentimes. Sometimes we will have to do transports for other reasons as well. In fact, one time we had to drive to Indianapolis to an anthropologist.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Jenny? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve these two additionals.
I make the motion to approve.
Been moved by Councilman Collins to approve these two additionals,
I'll second that.
and a second by Councilman Kraft. Discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor of the additionals signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. That motion is carried. Very good, Jenny.
Thank you all very, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jenny.
Good day. Happy Valentine's Day.
All right, next, our next additional is this is for the Change Academy funding.
The next, there's several that seem to all be the same thing, where they're just
This
carrying a balance forward.
This is budget, yeah, actually, there are from two different funds, one for Change Academy funding and the other is for the state juvenile grant. And purpose behind this is while everything else has been moved to a calendar year, the juvenile grants through community corrections are still running on the fiscal year. So it runs from July to June, which means that we have to take and do an additional appropriation of the money that was budgeted for the fiscal year to move it into the next calendar year. So this is a bookkeeping issue that we just need to take care of. So if possible, can I take both of these, even though they're different funds? Can we take these together? Everybody okay with that?
What are we doing? We're taking, this is a Change Academy, taking all those underneath that, right?
We're just it's basically we're reappropriating it for the 2023 year. This was carryover
They
from.
missed the encumbrance deadline.
Okay,
Generally, they are to encumbrance the ending balances, and they did not do that this year. And so this is how they have to do it.
well, this was her first time, wasn't it? Okay. We'll
It's
forgive
all-
her, we'll forgive her this year, but
It's
maybe not
all
next
a
year.
great learning curve, and I know that there's other fiscal grants that probation has that is going now to calendar, so it's all just a hot mess with the fiscal part.
Confusing everybody for the accounting procedure.
Well, to be real, it is,
All right.
They have to keep you on your toes
Looks like there's
somehow.
6 of them.
right?
Looks like there's 6 of them.
So anyways, yes, it's
Okay.
literally just so that the accounting system can track from January till June so that they know that they are not overspending.
Right. All right, with that, can we take both of these together? Am I hearing yes? I'm hearing yes,
And
okay.
you're talking the Change Academy 4116 and then the 9122? That's what you're talking, right?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
it's all community corrections fiscal.
Yeah. All right. All right, first one. Community Corrections Juvenile Change Academy. Fund name is Change Academy School Funding. Fund number 4116. Total amount being appropriated is $13,980. Juvenile is on a fiscal year, so just need to carry over leftover balances as of 12/31/22 into 2023. Was this included in the annual budget request? The answer to that is yes, because that would have been done last year. How will this appropriation be used? This is payroll. Is this a recurring expense? The answer to that is yes. Will other expenditures be necessary? The answer to that is no. This was submitted to the auditor's office, and I believe that's it. This one was not transfer request, is it? That's the additional. Okay. Amy, I'm assuming that this was discussed with you at some point.
Yes, we went through all of it.
Okay. All righty, so that's that one. The next one is Community Corrections Juvenile Change Academy. Change Academy School Funding, it's again 4116 in the amount of $7,896.69. Juvenile is on a fiscal year, so the need to carry over leftover balances as of 12/31/22 to 2023. Was this included in the annual budget request? The answer is yes. How will it be used? Payroll. Is it recurring? Yes. Will other expenditures be necessary? The answer to that is no. This one was discussed with Amy. Told us that verbally. The next is Community Corrections Juvenile Change Academy, Change Academy School Funding, Fund number 4116. Total amount requested is $7,115.24. Juvenile is on a fiscal year, so just need to carry over. It's all the other answers are the same. It was discussed. Again, Community Corrections, Juvenile Change Academy. Again, this is another payroll for the program facilitator, juvenile full-time. The amount requested is $19,252. Juvenile is on a fiscal year, so again, all the answers are the same. It was discussed with Amy. Next one is for $22,127.52. This is to pay benefits back to the county. The original charges go through the county's, the commissioner's account, and then they pay the commissioner's account back. This is for $22,127.52. All the other answers are the same. And again, this one is office supplies. Total amount requested $399.06. All the answers are the same. Next one is safety supplies, $109.44. Answers are all the same. Incentives, $960, or is that $950 or $960? $960.61. Incentives for students, all the answers are the same. Laundry and janitorial supplies, $400. Answers are all the same. Other operating supplies, $150. All the answers are the same. Postage, $34.55. All the answers are the same. Juvenile fiscal year, let's see, $1,448.20. This is for telecommunications. Answers are all the same. Change Academy funding, utilities, $3,500. All the answers are the same. Building, repair and maintenance, $26.45. All the answers are the same. Testing services, $38.44. All the answers are the same. Travel, training, and education, $1,000. All the answers are the same. Contractual services, $2,700. All the answers are the same. Computer equipment, $1,000. All the answers are the same. Equipment, $500. All the answers are the same. Juvenile education coordinator, $13,365.49. All the answers are the same. And then second here. And juvenile program coordinator, $16,038.66. All the answers are the same. Perf, $5,131.65. All the answers are the same. And the state grant utilities, $1,047.68. All the answers are the same.
She did one for every single account that's not needed.
Well, we're going to do this differently if we ever have to do it this way again.
Well, when you get to my transfer, you'll see how it is to be done. So the second page of hers had a spreadsheet, we have one here, a spreadsheet of the fund and what was needed. So it's up to you whether you want to go through all those.
This is the first time we've done the transfers with the new form. And
But you're still doing additionals.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Yes.
I was looking
No,
at the
that-
transfer sheet because I was looking for a different number.
That was my error. It should have been stopped and it shouldn't have looked like this.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, we've got the last one here is for the lease, $9,000. And this one, all the answers are the same. So, quick. Closed it and didn't mean to. All right. So, with all that being said, the Change Academy funding totals were a total of $82,638.20. And the juvenile grant total was $46,513.33. Any questions on that?
This is for Susan. According to the 9122, maybe I got it written wrong. Never mind. I thought it was short of money, but it isn't.
Thank you.
So these are all just what was left over at the end of the year.
Correct.
And
But
now
is this
being
is grant
reappropriated.
money comes in.
Correct.
So it's going to change all the time.
And every year it changes fund numbers to throw into the added mix. So, yes.
We got to keep things confusing.
Right?
That's right.
I move that we approve these additions to
All right.
the two of them.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by, been moved by Councilman Van Wy, been seconded by Councilman Kraft. Discussion?
I just had a question. Do we know how many students are at Change Academy?
I do not
do you know?
offhand.
How many they serve in a year?
Gave that to us.
I'll ask real quick.
Okay, because this is about half of the budget, right? Would this be
Yeah.
half,
This is the second half of the year
about
of their
250?
grant.
Looks like they got about 258,000. So just curious how many students they have and
I'll
what they're doing
see.
there. It would be nice, I know we're having Northeast Center here to do the report. It would be really nice sometime to have Change Academy come in and just give us a brief report.
Okay, well,
That'd be
she
pretty-
can, I mean, she will come in and give us a report at
Yeah.
budget time, because that budget has to be approved
Yep.
through here, so if we don't get her in here before that. In fact, their budget is now due earlier, isn't it? That what I saw from Michelle?
I
Did they-
believe so, yes.
It's, so she would be coming in here and talking to us about her next budget here within the next 2 months. I think it has to be done before April, or by April. I'm not sure what that email said. It used to
I
be.
know she has to come here before we even really talk about budget.
Right.
Hers is due early.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor of these two additionals signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same, that motion's carried. All right, okay, so that gets us through the additionals. Next, we have the transfers. And first one comes to us from the commissioners. This is for county general. This relates to the county attorney. Transfer request from the commissioners from county general. And this is total amount being transferred is $22,293. And this is coming from legal fees to attorney. $2293. Why is the transfer needed? Commissioner's attorney pay was determined via a different process with an agreement of a max salary with only additional fees if litigation occurs. Will additional appropriation be requested due to the transfer? The answer to that is no. And was this discussed with the liaison, which is myself, and it was. So with that, is there a motion to approve this transfer?
So move.
Been moved by Councilman Van Wy. Second by Councilman Yard. Discussion?
Yep, Rick, you might know this. Is this 22,000 in addition to another amount that was already appropriated in the budget?
Yes.
But they won't get charged every time they do a document or something?
No, just if he has litigation. Any other discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor of this transfer signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion is carried. Next comes to us from Cume Cap for community, for Central Communications. The fund name is, or the account name is Furniture and Fixtures. The amount is $5,280. And this is from Furniture and Fixtures to Contractual Services. And they're moving funds to the correct location within the accounting system. So this had to do with the parking lot, I believe,
Some kind of resurfacing.
resurfacing of the parking lot.
All they
Money
told
was
us.
appropriated into the wrong account line, so they wanted to move it to where it needed to be because it had to be paid for from it had to be paid for from contractual services. I have a motion to approve this transfer. And moved by Councilwoman Dembski,
I'll second it.
second by Councilman Collins. Is there discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none. All those in favor of this transfer signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion's carried. All right, now. Next, we have transfer within GIS projects for development services. Right. This is for development services. It's, the account line is for programming software. The amount is $1,000 from programming software to equipment. Why is the transfer needed? Bought the GIS department a 3-screen mounting system for their monitors. When budgets were finalized, the 3 budgets in the GIS non-reverting fund were combined into programming software, which cannot be used for equipment. And this was discussed with Councilman Van Wy, who was their liaison. Will an additional be required or requested because of this transfer? And the answer to that is no. So can I have a motion to approve this transfer?
So moved.
And moved by Councilman Van Wy. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Yard.
Man, I thought our system was going.
That's exactly what I thought. It was there, it went again.
It was. Sorry. It's off. Sorry.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. We have any discussion? Comment from the public. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion's carried. All right. The last transfer comes to us from the commissioners for the ARPA fund. And we are going to read just the totals on this one. And the fund is the ARPA fund, the department is the commissioners. The total amount is $8,355,421.29. There is an attached spreadsheet that shows you this is the budget that they previously had given us. During 2023 budget prep, the auditor appropriated all of the ARPA funds into one account number as a placeholder and is now transferring based on the projects approved. Was this discussed with the liaison? Yes, that was myself. There is an attached spreadsheet that shows you all of the different funds.
So it's basically putting it into the accounts that I need them in to be able to pay the bills when they come for the project that you guys already approved last month. There's no more, no less, no nothing. It's putting it into an account so that I can pay for it appropriately according to State Board of Accounts.
And there are, see here. There are 20 items there. Ranging from $600,000 for Sunny Meadows, $200,000 going to the Waterloo Sewer Project, drainage ditch engineering, $600,000, broadband of $2 million. The $750,000 going to the volunteer fire departments. And the highway, this will come into play as we talk about the highway garage coming up here later in the agenda. There's $1.25 million for the highway garage and another $462,740.29 in highway construction contingencies. Any questions about any of this?
Can you remind me why Sunny Meadows has two entries there? 600 and then the 150?
Mike, can you answer that question for
Can't
us?
remember, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we had originally allocated 150,000 just to get some things moving out there because there were some needs immediately. And then when the committee met again to do this final redraft of the plan, we put the 600,000 back in that was in the original plan. So we came up with the 750. And that's simply because there are just so many moving parts right now at Sunny Meadows. We know there's going to be some expenses. We don't know how much and when those are going to have to be expended. But regardless of what the outcome is, there's going to be some expenses involved.
Mike, were the water heaters that you just installed out there, was that going to be taken from this 150,000?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that
It's all going to the same account. I left them separate because you guys, everything that you guys have been provided up until now, they were listed separate. So I left them separate so it would be comparable for you guys, but it's all in the same account where I will pay things. And yes, that's where we will be paying them, the water heaters.
Amy, you had a question?
I did. So I know that we're talking about it here in just a little bit, the bot for the highway department. Is that still, here's my concern, if that isn't working, right, if that isn't feasible for us to move that forward, is it wise for us at this point then to appropriate this $8 million when maybe we need to stop and say, is this something that we need to look at again to say, we're going to need this ARPA money maybe to direct it toward the highway department instead of some of these other things? I don't like that idea. I know we've already appropriated it and we've already voted on it, but I'm hesitant to move forward if the bot for the highway department isn't feasible.
well, the bot is the bot. It's not, the financing part of the bot is a standalone component of the bot. So the bot's going to be what it is. You're not going to start over on that again.
So I understand then that the bot is going through and that is the funding for the highway department. That's what will be used.
So if something
Well-
changes and you want all of this money in some other account, then I come back to you, I do another transfer for all of this into whatever account it ends up being in. But
My
you've already
fear is-
you've already approved these, so I have to put them in these.
Correct.
And I think
But
if
I think
that-
we can always halt and go, wait, we want to change our mind.
Well, not on
We
everything.
change our mind on it.
Not on everything. The fire departments are going to get their money, so if I
Yeah.
don't appropriate, then that's going to be negative. There's multiple things that are already
already pending
paid
based
or already
on-
pending because they had to bring it to council. Council had to approve the project, so now I need to appease State Board of Accounts and make it so that my accounting is not negative for things that we've paid that have already been approved.
And I think you will find when Jeff makes his presentation later, if for some reason you don't like the financing proposal that was submitted with the original bot, there are several other options available that are probably more preferable than to raiding the ARPA fund again and redoing all of those, all of that work again. Indiana Bond Bank for one, and, a number of other, at least several other options.
Bill, do you have something or?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'd like to request that you hold off on this vote until after we hear more about the bot and what Jeff Peters has to say. There are some glitches that could come up with the bot. I don't know if we even have a participant to fund the bot. I thought we did, but evidently that's not a given. And the other thing, the interest rates have risen substantially. In order to fund this highway project, it's going to be in excess maybe of somewhere between $1 million and $2 million additional dollars for interest. And I think we've got this money sitting in the general fund that it could be better used for the highway project rather than, and I'm not saying all of it, but I think some of it could be better used and if it was for the highway department, rather than some projects that might come about, might not come about. And there are other ways to bring up get the money for these other projects. They're not the big lump sum that we're going to have to come up with for the highway. So that's my request, that you hold off on this until we hear more from Jeff Peters. Well, I figured roughly 2 million additional interest on top of the increases that, of course, we've experienced from 3-4 years ago. That project has went from 5 million to approximately 10 million, 8.9, and we got to still have closing costs and whatever, some loose ends to clean up. So we're talking close to 10 million. We're going to have to finance probably 8.5 million of that. And that's a big chunk of interest on that 8.5 million. We've jumped about 3% in the interest rates. So that's my recommendation.
So I'm not supposed to pay the people that you guys have already promised this to?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there are projects, I mean, the fire departments, we should pay that. There's some other items on there. I think we need to sort some of this out at that point. But yeah, there are some, the internet, Sunny Meadows, I'm not sure where that's going to even go at this point. That's still up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there was another item on there that I thought maybe could be better used on the highway project.
Correct me if I'm wrong, when we appropriated these amounts last meeting, these aren't spent, they're just designated towards these things.
But she's moving it from the general catch-all that she put it in to the accounts where we appropriated the money so that it's in the right line item so that she can pay those bills that have come due.
Some of them are spent.
Right, so if she does this transfer, and we decide we want to take some Sunny Meadows money, or we want to take whatever other line items we might want to take some out of that aren't spent, we can always transfer that
We
back.
can always move it back.
Yes.
How many of them are spent? Do you know, Susan?
Just a second. That I know of right now that I've got about 8 of them.
So 8 of the 20.
One other question before this money is spent for any of these lines, do those have to be approved by us, or can they just?
They have to be, all claims are approved by the commissioners. So they all go through the commissioners.
We've already appropriated the money.
We appropriate it, so if they
Oh.
don't want to
They don't have to spend it.
spend it, so it's in their court.
Let me make sure I understand that process then. So we've appropriated the money, and this vote here is to put that money into those accounts, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Some of those accounts are already looking at, okay, already spent the money, they want to make sure that they use that, but that still has to go to the commissioners for their approval?
They've already approved those claims to be paid. So until I got these moved, like for instance, some of the Spillman server, WatchGuard, Cisco phone switches, some of the IT stuff, that account is negative right now. The fund is not negative, the account is negative because all of it was appropriated into the 99500 miscellaneous expenditures. So, and you guys approved that when we did budgets in last year. So now I'm literally taking that money, the 8,355,421.29 that you approved, and putting it into where I need to be able to pay the claims so that my accounts are not negative.
So that isn't going to have to go to the commissioners, that money. I mean, that's,
Any movement of money, if it's going to be in a different account than what this is going to come back to you guys to do a transfer unless it's a non-approval transfer. But the claims are all reviewed and the commissioners vote on them and whether they approve to pay the claims that week or not. And those are in there.
And the non-approval transfers, more for Rick than anything, is if it's within the same group of numbers, the 100s, 200s, 300s, those don't need to be approved here, as long as they're within that same group. But if it moves from a 200 to a 300, we have to approve those.
So if we go ahead and move forward and get this transfer done for Susan, any of these bigger amounts that they might want to, commissioners might, that aren't spoken for, like Sunny Meadows and, broadband probably isn't already spent, they're going to have to approve a claim, and they could also just as easily ask for a transfer, just like they did today for another one, to say we want to transfer 300,000 out of Sunny Meadows to the Highway Department. The
And
commissioners-
for those that are going, like the DeKalb County Housing Study and the firefighters, and we already did one for Community Foundation for a match, those all have agreements that have to be signed from the person or the entity receiving it, and it's signed by our commissioners that's attached to the claim before I even can put the claim in to even pay it. So they've approved it once in the proposal coming to you guys. They approve it again when they sign the agreements, and they approve it again when the claim goes through them to be approved to pay claims for that claim run.
Any other questions? All right. So as not to confuse the issue at all, I think we can do one of a couple of things. We can either approve these as they are, and if the commissioners don't spend the money, or we don't spend the money on the bot project or anything else, we can always move the money to a different account or to a different area. Or we can just hold off on the whole page until after Jeff Peters makes his presentation about the bot.
And the one other thing is, if you do move forward with it, even if it's a non-approval, I can make it that any ARP transfer in the ARP fund does come for a vote to you guys. Even if it's a non-approval, I can still make it be a voted thing for that fund.
All right. And the third option, the confusing option, is we vote on everything except for the
No,
highway money.
I don't want half of it voted on.
Okay, so you only have two choices.
That's not an option.
We either vote on the whole thing right now, or we delay it until after Jeff Peters makes his presentation.
We have a motion on the floor.
No.
No.
So in other words, we haven't stepped forward. I move that we just wait until the end of the meeting to vote on this, so we have some clarity into our own minds.
Okay. All right. We are going to table this until the latter part of the meeting. All those in favor of that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same. That motion's carried. Okay. With that being said, the next item of business is Steve Howell is here to discuss the annual report that the Northeast Center submitted at the beginning of January, the first part of December. Steve, welcome.
Thank you.
This is one of the issues that I've had, and I've been to several of their board meetings over the last couple of years. And I met with Steve, about 2-3 weeks ago. We get this report, and this is actually something that we did not get for quite some time. And then we, after some discussion, we made sure we started getting that report. But when Steve and I met the last time, one of the things that I suggested was that they come and talk to us about the report, because we receive it. Maybe we know how to interpret it, maybe we don't, maybe we interpret it incorrectly. So I think it would be best if Steve could just discuss the report a little bit and what Northeast Center's involvement is here in DeKalb County. So with that being said, Steve Howell.
All right, thank you. I'm the director at Northeastern Center, and as I'm sure you're aware, Northeastern Center is the community mental health center for DeKalb, and as well as Steuben, Noble, and LaGrange counties. So we have been in existence for over 45 years. And as Mr. Ring mentioned, he requested that I come here today, and it's my pleasure to be here. I do have a couple of handouts, but I need to apologize because I'm not sure.
That's okay, we can make more.
And each year, for probably the last 5 years, each community mental health center in the state of Indiana is required to submit an annual report on activities, not only fiscal, but, clinical things going on, if you will, in the community. And I think that has helped a lot with some transparency issues, or I hope so. So I'm here to maybe further explain some of that, as well as entertain any questions that you might have. I'll wait until everyone has a copy of this before I go further.
And they did have, I made sure that they all had copies earlier, but then there's a copy of the actual annual report in their packet for today, so.
Yeah, I brought one extra copy with me that I can leave with you. So the way our budget at Northeastern Center works is we have what we call direct service revenue, which is money that we get from either Medicaid, Medicare, insurance companies, clients that are for direct services provided. You'll see on the top line when I mentioned center-wide financials, our total gross service revenue for fiscal year 2022, which we run on a July through June fiscal year, was a little bit over $21 million. There are adjustments to that, contractual adjustments, client assistance, bad debt, things like that, and that comes to about a little bit over $9 million. So our net revenue out of that is a little bit right around $12 million. In addition to that, the second category is our non-fee revenue. So as a community mental health center, we have a contract with the state of Indiana. We get funding from that source. We get funding, obviously, from the county dollars. We at our hospital here in Auburn, there is a disproportionate share because we serve primarily underserved, low income, and so there's some revenue that comes from that. There's a fee associated with that, a hospital assessment fee, but there's also revenue from that. So we throw all that into our non-fee revenue, and that comes to, for last year, it came to $7.5 million. So our total center-wide net revenue for fiscal year 2022 was $19,498,113. And this was the discussion that Mr. Ring and I had in terms of that. The way we allocate that, it goes into our general operating expense. And so it's not applied specifically to a county or to a department or to a program. And I can appreciate that can be a little bit less than satisfying because it's like, where does it go? So it goes to support our general operations. And then I broke it down specifically by DeKalb County. So we came up with a formula when we tried to say, okay, we serve 4 counties. So what percentage of our business is in each of the counties? So through working with my CFO, through our calculation, that came out to be about 28% of our businesses in DeKalb County. So our total gross service revenue, applying that formula, comes to a little bit over $6 million. When you look at the adjustments, and this was pointed out on the annual report, that's $2.7 million for a total net revenue of $3.2 million specific to this county. Our expenses, applied the same way, came to $4.3 million, so that created a deficit of $1.1 million and change. Money from the state, money from the county, the last few years, money from the Provider Relief Fund or ARPA or the various COVID-related funds have then been applied to subsidize each county. So in a nutshell, that's our financial picture. That's how we apply it. And then I mentioned a few of the numbers. We served 1,082 residents of DeKalb County last year. We have a 24/7 crisis line. We had 1,673 calls on that crisis line last year. 353 of those were DeKalb County residents. And then finally, I wanted to point out that 56% of the individuals we served in DeKalb County were either some type of Medicaid, whether that's managed care, MRO, HIP, or Medicare. So at Northeastern Center, we are the safety net in the community. We're, we are set up to serve whoever walks through our doors, regardless of payer source. So I will pause there for a minute and see if there are questions. I realize I went through the numbers pretty quickly.
When you talk about your facility here, you've got outpatient services at a building there behind the hospital.
Correct.
You've got inpatient services that went in, 15 years ago maybe?
Close to 20 now, yes.
And then you've just bought a third building back there. What's your plan with that?
Yeah, we did. We have 5 outpatient clinics. We have 2 in Noble County, 1 in the other 3 counties. We have 1 inpatient adult psychiatric hospital, and that is here connected on the same campus. About a year ago, we purchased the Old Children's First building, which is at 1752 Wesley Road. A couple things really appealed to us with that because it was right next door, so we've got more of a campus feel. They're now more centralized. We're all about access and affordability. So it's really a transformational time in behavioral health. There is more money, more attention. You don't have to look very far. Last night, Michigan State, you just don't have to look very far at all. So the transformation with mental health now is really a 3-step process. So they're talking about someone to call, someone to respond, and a safe place for help. There are a lot of things to be determined with the new 988 number and how that's going to interface with what we're doing and what other folks are doing and where do those calls go. So that will be developed in time. And then the next step being someone to respond. We have a outreach team now that not only responds to calls, but we will go if it's a jail, if it's a hospital, if it's a nursing home, we will go there. And then one of our primary purposes for the new building is a crisis stabilization unit. So we have been working through JRAC and other groups to get people out of jail or divert them from jail who don't need to be there. We hear a lot from the sheriff and the local authorities, people in not only this community, but all of our communities and probably all around the country, whether they're homeless or they're mentally ill, they're not really criminals. And where do they end up? They end up in jail. So we are working to divert that and eventually save money and try to help folks and help the community. So the new building is going to include what's called a certified community behavioral health clinic. And part of that is the crisis stabilization unit where folks can come, be dropped off, stay there for 23 hours. If they need to be longer, they would go to our hospital. So that's a huge component. You may be familiar with an assertive community treatment team. We've just implemented that in DeKalb County. It's a model that works. Northeastern Center used to have it. The state decided to not fund it, and so it was not really viable for us to include that. We're bringing that program back. We also have a clubhouse program, which is in Kendallville, which is a wonderful program. And eventually, we hope to integrate physical health care into that facility. So those are probably the three main things: the CCBHC model, which includes crisis stabilization unit, our emergency services, the ACT team, and at least some physical health screenings, maybe treatment.
Questions for Steve?
Steve, what is your vision statement?
Yeah, we actually just went through a pretty robust strategic planning process. So our mission is all about quality, affordability, and accessibility. As far as our vision goes, we need to do more. We're an underserved area. Workforce development is an issue everywhere. So that's probably the biggest thing preventing us. We've got 200 employees right now. So a lot of our plans depend on developing the workforce, working with local and state to be able to hire people and retain them. Unfortunately, in community mental health, we sometimes hear people can certainly go to Walmart Distribution Center, no offense to anyone with Walmart Distribution Center, or Aldi's or places like that, and make what they're making with us. And so that's something that we're continuing to look at. But we want to grow, we want to do more, we want to do more in the community. We've been doing a lot more collaboration over the last few years. In terms of success, certainly like any business, we have to pay our bills. And so we look at our financial picture. That's one measure of success. We look at how satisfied our clients are. And so if our clients are not satisfied and getting the outcomes that they want, that's a second measure. Because we do receive a lot of assistance. We have a lot of masters that we serve, and so it's important for us to have clean audits. We've got a CARF reaccreditation survey coming up in a few weeks, so that is a big deal for Northeastern Center. And our staff retention. Our turnover is a challenge, and so getting back to the workforce. So those 4 or 5 things are how we measure success. We want to make sure that we're delivering a good product, that we're keeping staff, that we become a preferred employer, that clients, people seeking our services are happy and again, satisfied with what they receive. In this particular report?
I don't think that you did, but I'm just curious if you guys track that.
We do internally. We don't necessarily report it out. I will tell you that we compare ourselves to other community mental health centers around the state. We do a survey every year, and it's a pretty comprehensive survey. We participate in it. I shouldn't say we do it. And it looks at salary, and it looks at turnover, and the CMHC system. So when I talk about community mental health centers, we're talking about Northeastern Center, Bowen Center, Oaklawn, Park Center / Parkview, all kind of merged into one. The average turnover in community mental health last year was 47%. We did a little bit better than that, still not good enough. So we report it out there. We keep track of it internally. We keep track of it by department. So, yeah. Very good. Very good. We're typically 90 to 95%. We have a grievance system that if people are unhappy, at times we find it's the same person who's repeatedly unhappy, but it has been very good. It's been 90 to 95% consistent. Yeah, thank you.
See that the other day that they came out that state of Indiana ranked 46 in the nation as disappointing, I don't know how well I want to put, on helping mental health. Do you see that too? Do you get much funding from the state, or I see they're trying to get more funding for you? Has that bill moved on or anything?
Yeah, Senate Bill 1 is a big bill that's going through the legislature right now, and my understanding is it's passed and it's moving forward. I don't know exactly where that is at. Mr. Watson actually mentioned that yesterday at our JRAC meeting. We were down there last week. By down there, I mean at the state capitol, talking to our local legislature. Everyone seems supportive of it. There is more funding available. You know, we are part of a Zero Suicide Academy. You know, one suicide is too many. Indiana ranks poorly in so many of those measures, like you say. And so there is more funding being freed up. Last week we received some funding for our CCBHC. It's a fair amount of dollars, but it's also going over a 4-year period. We applied for some funds for a crisis stabilization unit that we should be hearing about, you know, any time, and that's to help fund what's going on over at Wesley Road. So we're real excited about the outcomes because we don't want to, number one, we don't want to tie up resources like the police unnecessarily or like the emergency department. And number two, we've got to do better at outreach. When we do our community surveys, those are the top two reasons we hear why people don't access, why they don't get the services that they need. And one is access. They don't know how. And so we have got to do better at making it easy for people to know how to access services. And the other one is affordability. So like I tell my new staff, like I tell my existing staff, if someone calls and says, I need to come in, but I can't afford it, I say, come on in, and we'll figure that out. And that's one of the beauties of being a community mental health center. There's a lot of bureaucracy in community mental health, but it's really nice to be able to tell somebody, it doesn't matter if you've got any money in your pocket right now, we will provide the services and we'll figure that out later. And so we really value the county dollars, the state dollars, those kinds of things, because again, they backfill. Because we get very little, we get very little money from those that actually receive our services.
Thank you.
And you and I talked about this a little bit, and we don't need to go into it in great detail here, but I know one of the issues that we have as a county happens on the weekends. And maybe, or at night, maybe, where we're transporting a lot of people through our police departments into Fort Wayne for services. And that is something that, as my knowledge of it, is going to have to be worked out between you, our police departments, and our court system. And are you working with or trying to work with those two groups so that we can solve that issue?
Yeah, we are. There is one of the bills that's being supported, actually by, I believe it's Representative Steyerwald, is to change the way immediate detentions and emergency detentions are done. And not to get too far into the weeds, but there's a difference between a commitment and a detention. And within detentions, there is an immediate detention, which is sometimes called a 24-hour, or what most people are more familiar with as an emergency detention, which is a 72-hour. DeKalb County follows a different path with how they do detentions, and which basically is they take everybody to Fort Wayne. So we are trying to work on that. We're trying to find out the reasons why. We're trying to figure out. We've been working on that for a while. That actually changed in right around October of 2017, and so. Yeah.
But it involves court hearings and everything else, so there's a lot of moving parts to it. So.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. How many community mental health centers are there in the state of Indiana?
24.
24. And they serve all 92 counties?
Correct.
Every county has one?
Correct. So each county has a designated area. Ours are the 4 that I mentioned. We have in the past strayed outside of those counties, but we currently do not. You'll find other counties are, other CMHCs are certainly more aggressive, which I guess is okay. I think it kind of dilutes the resources, but it's not uncommon to see other CMHCs in other counties, but the 24 serve the 92 counties.
And I know one of the other issues that's come up over the years, and you're doing, you and Northeast Center are doing a much better job at communicating with us now than what happened before. But, you know, that was always one of the complaints I heard from the counties. And we actually have 2 of our 4 counties have county council members on your board of directors. Am I still
That's correct? That's correct. Our board of directors is made up of 13 individuals. There are 3 each from the 4 counties, and there's an at-large appointment. So we have a county councilwoman from Steuben County and one from Noble County. We do need another board member from DeKalb County.
Which I've given you a suggestion there.
Yeah,
so.
and we're moving on that. We've got, we will still have one more opening, and appreciate Rick's input and interest. I really appreciate the interest, and we really want to be transparent with everything. We're a community mental health center, and we take that role seriously.
Yeah, and mental health is such a huge problem. And even though I'm retired now, when I retired some 9 years ago, a very large percentage of the people that we saw in our emergency room were not medical or trauma, but was in fact mental health. It's an issue that has just grown worse as time has gone on. It's something that we need to address, and it's a very, very touchy area. There's a lot of nuances to it, and it's a challenge. I think we're moving ahead, and I hope we can continue to do that. But unless somebody else has something, well, Bill, you've got something?
Hey, I'd like to thank you for coming in and explaining this, because for years, I'm the longest tending thing in here. We did not know where our money was going. We could not get answers. I do like to see on your board member at least get more compliments on it, that they understand where the money's going, because that was a good chunk of money, and all we knew is that's what we had to pay. There was no ifs, ands, and about it. But I appreciate you coming in and explaining it to me, explaining what you're doing. So thank you.
You're welcome. Again, my pleasure, and I'd be glad to have, outside discussions with any of you. I'm available, and appreciate that comment.
And Steve has talked about the JRAC meeting. He's got an appointment to the other 3 counties on their JRAC, but he actually serves on ours. So sure you met with and talked with Amy frequently. So.
Yeah, we just met yesterday. So very good.
All right. Anybody else? If not, thank you very much.
All right,
Steve.
you're
We
welcome.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you, Steve.
All right.
Before you go too far, I need a motion to acknowledge receipt of the 2022 fiscal year Northeastern Center report.
All right.
Moved.
Who made that?
Amy.
Amy.
Amy Dembski. Second?
Second.
Second by Amy Prosser.
Thank you.
Discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion is carried. All right. You were scheduled, but yeah, I guess we can do that now if we need to. Let's move ahead and take our break now. So it is 5 till 10. Let's get back in here by about 5 after if possible.
Can you put the sign up, please?
Randy, you'll be next up. When we come back, you'll be next up. Let me forget to turn this mic back on. Did your dad just come and say?
Somebody's mic is on. Are you hearing things? Don't forget to turn your mics on if you want to talk and turn them off if you're not, please.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Randy, report from the airport.
Good morning. We had our first, our organizational meeting, which I guess is standard meeting with just election of officers. And we just kept the same slate as last time. So I remain secretary. Sweet Aviation is fully involved now, and they're actually doing ground school training at our facility as well. Previously, it was all done in Fort Wayne. And of course, they've really only been in operation since November 1st. But they did have a class, was out there last week, class of 6 people taking ground school. Councilman Collins did attend our last meeting, and we gave him a tour of the airport, and he stayed for the meeting. Couple things that didn't make the business list here. We have purchased a self-fueling tank for aviation gas for light aircraft. So at the opposite side of the ramp from where the terminal is now, we'll be positioning a fuel tank and a self-serve fuel pump so that light aircraft will be able to come in, park, fuel themselves using their credit card, just like you go out to one of the stations on the west edge and then park your aircraft or leave. And so we won't have to be calling people in the evening when someone comes in and needs fuel. The existing fuel tanks, we have 2. One is for avgas for the piston engine, and then the other one is for the Jet A for the helicopters and the jets that fly in and out. And those 2 tanks will be converted, so they're both going to contain Jet A. And so we'll double our capacity on that, anticipating that we'll be seeing more jet traffic in the near future. We also, at our January meeting, took a tour of our latest purchase. We did visit Mease Chapel Church. We purchased that from the Methodist Conference. We asked them just for the facility. We got facility and everything that's in it. So I think the state requires us to declare all those items as surplus property. And so I'm assuming at some point when the weather improves, we'll be having an auction to remove that material.
I don't know what the material is, but the Methodist Conference didn't want any of that stuff?
There are tables, chairs, pews, children's play equipment, refrigerators, stoves, all the normal stuff you'd need to run a business.
To auction off.
Yeah, so it's probably going to have to be auctioned. But we have also made contact with the historian to see whether there really still is an interest in moving that building. We're not going to tear it down anytime soon, but we are. It is going to have to go at some point. So that's still on there. In the old business, they did let all the contracts. We have the funding in place to actually put down the asphalt for the new runway and put all the lighting in and all the striping and all that. That'll go in this summer, so the runway will be operational. The downside is we're in a competitive bid. They did not fund the precision approach equipment replacement. So I think I mentioned this before. If the weather's bad, you can be up in the clouds or fog, and the precision approach equipment will get the aircraft down to within about 300 feet of the ground to where you should be able to see the runway. That equipment will be inoperative for some period of time. The FAA's decided that the equipment huts are not going to be moved. They want new ones. I kind of understand that. When I was on the Hoosier Safety Committee for the statewide 800 megahertz system, they built all those huts in a factory where it was warm and good lighting and not raining and not cold. And then when they install them, they just take them out with a crane, they set them on the base, hook up the wires, and everything's already tested. So they want to build new huts, and so they've added some cost from the FAA side, and of course, they're not funding that portion of the relocation yet. So it may be next year when the precision approach gets done. We're going to hope that happens before, and we're like I say, we've applied for a grant to make that happen, but we just haven't heard yet. Don't even know when that'll be awarded. So, and we're going to approach the Plan Commission with an opportunity to change and eliminate the issue of water in our approach and departure lanes. And we'll see what kind of a response we get from that. No. The map as it stands right now is the problem came down to the definition. And we're gonna give them some alternative language we think that will eliminate any further issues of standing water being developed in the approach and departure areas, not out and around.
Any questions for Randy?
Awesome. Yes, ILS. Right.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
lost.
Right.
Anybody else? Hearing none. Thank you, Randy.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Have a wonderful day. Oh, I'm sorry. Also, I did also again attach the operations numbers for the month. And January was bad weather, and so our operations number were only 723 total operations for the month, but we anticipate that's going to start improving pretty dramatically anytime soon.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Next is the presentation of the 2022 county receipts and expenditures and the 2022 total compensation reports. You have, I have a motion to approve those.
This is what I have to provide every year, the first meeting for you guys of February. It is everything, it's a large packet we did not print. It is online, it is every beginning balance, receipts, expenditures for all of our funds for all of 2022, which is also advertised in the newspaper, and all the total compensation for everybody that's paid for the county, which is also advertised in the newspaper, and they were both posted here at the courthouse and at Eckert Library and Waterloo Library.
And the total compensation one, that is in your packet today, so.
Well, I seen them in the paper. I wonder what that was in the paper, but I seen them.
This is not in, this is online. We didn't print all this for their,
But there's a spreadsheet with the total compensation. It's there. Unless I read it
yeah, you
in the
you
middle of
have
the
it
night
on,
somewhere.
no, you have it online.
Okay.
He doesn't have it.
Oh,
Because I didn't print it.
He's
for-
old school.
I didn't-
Old school. You remember, I said I'm the oldest one
Now
here,
I
guys. and
understand.
I cannot,
Van Wise old
I can't, I don't know what a computer is unless my daughter's sitting next to me.
So if the packets were printed, those that I hard copy printed, they're not in there.
You don't need to go there. Bill's old school. We understand that.
So I'm going to abstain from this because I never saw it. No, I did see it in the paper. I just read it in the paper and I'm thinking, what's my name doing in
And
the
the
paper?
Star appreciates the fact that
Well,
you
at least
read
it wasn't
in
the
the
police
paper.
blotter.
Oh, I was looking for tax delinquent.
So are you motioning to approve?
I moved to approve to keep this meeting moving.
Thank you.
All right, been moved. We have a second.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Dembski. Discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion's carried. Skip the break. That brings us to Jeff Peters and the bot project. Jeff. Sorry, we're a little delayed today, but
Happy to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to help.
see what he's got for us. That was preliminary stuff.
So we've had some conversation with Susan regarding some of the funding that's going toward the project initially. Talked with Greg Martz about the cost of the project in general and its cash flow of money out. Have talked to your former underwriter at Stiefel regarding some issues on issuance, and have had conversations with your former bond counsel, Randy Rampala from Barnes and Thornburg, as to various things. And I think when we get to the end of this discussion, we've got an apparent way forward that everybody will probably want to go along with. The items that we had identified so far, the budget for the project is about $8.8 million. And toward that, Susan had identified $1,250,000 coming from ARPA, $300,000 coming from the edit fund, another $525,000 coming from the general fund. So those are the assumptions that we're working under at this point in time. And your intent was to repay the money with edit funds, the economic development portion of your income tax. So if we're going to use edit as a repayment, this becomes a different bond issue than what you've done in the past because it's paid with income tax and not property tax. On the property tax bonds, you basically determined that you're going to levy the amount of property tax necessary each coming year to make the principal and interest payments as they come due. In a revenue bond, which is what the income tax bond will be, you're saying, I will pledge to divert part of my revenue stream in order to make those principal and interest payments come due when they come due. Two different components that come up when you issue a revenue bond. You have to have a revenue stream that more than covers the principal and interest payments as they come due. And that coverage ratio needs to be at least 125%. The other thing that is required typically on the sale of those bonds is that you have a debt service reserve fund, that it's the lesser of 10% of the issue, the maximum annual debt service across time, or 125% of the average debt service. So in the scenario that we're looking at, if your project's $8.5 million versus the cash you're putting in, you're probably looking a little less than $7 million in bond issue. So that debt service reserve fund would have to be about $700,000 in cash. Alternatively, we can possibly buy an insurance policy that will cover that. That way you won't have to either borrow an extra $700,000 because the interest cost on that would far outweigh the cost of the insurance policy, or you don't have to segregate $700,000 of your existing edit money and put it in a fund and let it sit there for 10 or 15 years while you're making the repayment. The edit bonds could be backed with property tax if we can show an expectation that the payments would be made from the edit funds, again, showing at least 125% coverage. We could probably back those with property taxes on the same timeline as just doing the bond issuance for the income tax bonds. Also, if we get an insurance policy for the debt service reserve funds, the insurance company that issues that policy also issues bond insurance. And sometimes they'll require you to buy both of them together in order to get the surety policy. If we have a property tax backup, we might be able to not purchase the bond insurance, which ensures that the principal and interest payments will be made on time, and that could potentially lessen the cost. On a 10-year repayment at an estimated 3% interest rate, we were looking at, that would take up annually about 50% of the edit revenue. And I didn't know if there was a target amount that you were looking for or that the commissioners were looking for that they were willing to dedicate out of that income stream going forward. Because obviously for whatever period of time you divert that money for debt service, you're not going to have it available for other projects road projects, whatever they normally undertake with their edit revenues. If that was a 15-year repayment with an estimated 3.5% interest rate, it would take up about 35% of the annual edit revenue. That obviously, by extending the period, you have more interest cost. And if we are going to property tax back an income tax bond, we can't go beyond 20 years. Another conversation I just wanted to have briefly that we've talked about before was a bond versus a lease. As a unit of government, you have a certain general obligation bond cap, and it is 1/3 of 2% of your net assessed value. You have obligated part of that to date for the older general obligation bonds that you have outstanding that we refunded, I think, 2 years ago, and then the community corrections bonds that are outstanding. Assessed values for pay 23 were up significantly. That helps increase your bond cap. So today, I believe you have an available bond cap of about $15.2 million. Again, if you were going to issue $7 million towards this project, that leaves you with above $8 million in bond cap, which I think would be sufficient for a county your size, because if you're going to undertake a project beyond $8 million, you are probably going to structure that as a lease, and then it doesn't count against your bond cap. However, if you want to structure this financing as a lease, it certainly can be done. It'll probably add about another 30 days to the timing. And I'm going to talk about timing here in a minute, but what I'm trying to balance is meeting the building cash flow to your financing. So leasing, setting this up as a lease and preserving your bond cap would cost probably another 30 days in the process. Also, when we do a lease rental financing, you are not allowed to make principal and interest payments until you can possess the project. So you borrow additional money in the form of capitalized interest to pay the bondholders during the construction period. This adds, in this instance, a couple $100,000 probably to the interest cost. Timing-wise, speaking with Greg Martz, he sent us a nice cash flow projection. Said the project could have costs beginning in March, payable in April. And again, this is on the timetable that they would like to pursue. If you're going to take a longer period of time to get through this process, then it'll just delay that process. But I think I have one that matches up to their needs pretty well. Per Randy Rampala, bond process would take 60 to 75 days, depending on the availability of you as county officials. And one of the questions is, are you going to be willing to participate in special meetings if that will expedite the issuance of the bonds and keep the timing of the cash flow where it should be? Randy also said that, we'll need a little bit of lead time there to prepare a timeline so that we're all on the same schedule in order to get that done. Randy said that you can pursue the bot without bond proceeds. Typically, we use a bot format as a delivery method for the product, not necessarily tied together with the financing. So typically, in order to enter into that bot agreement, you want to have your bond proceeds in place so that you have money in order to cover whatever those expenses are going to be. Randy did say, and I'll leave that up to him in discussion with your legal counsel, but that you could proceed without bond proceeds if the county has sufficient unappropriated cash. So if we look at your general fund cash, you have an operating balance carried forward of $12+ million. That would more than cover the amount of your bot. So according to bond counsel, you should be able to go ahead and pursue the project, keep it on course, and let the financing catch up with the payments out for the project as you go forward. The $1,250,000 from ARPA, the $300,000 from edit, and the $525,000 from general, I assume those are appropriated already for expenditure toward the project. Is that correct? So that money could be used to cash flow payments toward the beginning part of the project. And according to the cash flow provided by Greg, that might get us into June. So if we can get financing done by June-ish, I think that would put you with bond proceeds, once this cash runs out, to roll right into the remaining cash flow issues that you'll have. So the approvals that I would like to see, and what I think is the best method for you to go forward with timing and all, would be to approve edit bonds with the ability to back them with property taxes, a bond rating, bond insurance, surety policy, and a length of not more than 20 years.
Okay, wait. Edit bond with backing of,
Edit bond backed with property tax,
okay,
bond rating,
okay,
bond insurance,
okay,
surety policy,
okay.
and not to exceed 20 years.
All right, thank you.
Not that we would undertake all these. As your municipal advisor, we serve as your fiduciary. So what we would do is coordinate with bond counsel, your underwriter, and get this timetable and look at what are we likely to issue the bonds at for using insurance, not using insurance. We can investigate. I know you've had discussions before about, well, can we use a local bank? Can we do this as a bank placement? I will tell you from the last several years, we have not had any banks come close to the interest rates that we can get from underwriting, even after we take into the account of the issuance costs, or if we insure it. Again, we always do another test when we start looking at what we think the bonds are going to sell at in the market versus the insurance and what they would sell at with insurance, to make sure that you're actually getting your money's worth. If not, we don't do it. Yours potentially will be close because your underlying property tax bond rating on your last issuance was a AA minus. If we buy insurance, it'll be at a AA, so it'll be one step above, which is real close. Income tax bonds typically rate one step lower than where your property taxes are. So just the income taxes naked without insurance, we think are probably going to be an A+. If we can back them with property taxes and get it to a AA minus, then maybe we don't need insurance. But these are all things that we can work at as we move forward to sale. So what we would like is for you to go forward with those parameters, and then we will refine that as we get closer to the sale. Bond rating, I think, is probably going to be a necessity either way we go, assuming you're going to go at least 10 years on the repayment, $7 million. Somebody that purchases this, bank or the public at large, they're going to want to see that somebody else looked at this transaction in the form of bond rating and said, yeah, this is how we would rate it. This is what it looks like to us. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or delve further.
Bill? Okay, to get where we take 35% out, and you said 15 years.
Yeah.
Compared to 50% at 7 years?
10
years. Now, with the interest, I know we'd have to pay more interest, but would the interest on our bond issue be higher for the longer term?
Yes.
Instead of the lower term?
Yes. And I estimated those at, if we did 10 years, I think we'd come close to 3. If we go 15, I think we're probably going to be closer to 3.5. and that's today. Anybody who watches the interest rates in the bond market, we have this whipsawing that's been going on for the last year. So I don't know where we'll be at when we get to sale, but today those are what we would be looking at.
And as far as the next weather balloon is, they have to shoot down, make it exciting. But would we want to try to, as you look at this, work on a 50% or 35%? Do we want to keep more cash available in case something comes along, or can, as you looked at this, we can work on a 50%?
I guess that's more of a policy decision for you all if you think you have cash needs for those edit funds as you go forward. I know you always have more projects and more needs than you have cash. Cash is always king. Also, if we look at the bond market historically, you know, a lot of people don't want to go into this environment issuing bonds because they're like, oh, you know, I could have got it so much cheaper before. Well, if we go back and look at what would be a normal bond market, I think you have to go back to pre-Great Recession. If we're in that time period in, you know, 08, we're probably looking at 5.5% to 5.75%. So I don't think we've gotten back there yet. I don't think we should have any expectation to believe, unless we have a huge, deep recession shortly, that we're going to have interest rates like we had over the last few years. That being said, I think the more money you borrow today, the better off you will be in the future because interest rates will be higher.
Now, as far as what is our commitment if we have it property taxed back, what do you call it, backing? Is that the term you're using?
Yes, property tax back. This one would be income tax back.
Yeah, but you said we could get a lower interest or get a higher rating if we vote on whether we have property tax. Backup. Okay.
I think we can get the same rating with the backup. And that's why, you know, as part of your motion, I'd like for you guys to go forward with the income tax bond, allowing for a property tax backup and these other insurance components. And then we will parse them out as to what is most financially beneficial as we go to sale.
Which, haven't we voted on something else in the past where it was income tax based, but a property tax backup? We've done that before, I'm pretty sure.
But we won't have to increase the property taxes, right?
No, unless the edit funds would go to zero, we
Okay.
wouldn't have to use property tax. That's the beauty of it. It might have been. Yeah. Yeah.
At what point are we able to lock?
You are right. We did property tax back those because we're paying for that with the public correctional facility income tax.
Yes.
So I
We
knew
did
we
it
had
for
done
that
that
same
in the
thing,
past.
which was to get a better bond rating, to have less interest costs, because you're pledging that if the income taxes would ever dry up, you would put it on the property tax roll.
That's what you'll have because if you go with property tax, you have to have a hearing. You'll never get that. And I'll fight you too, because it's too much money. And
At what point are we locked in with our interest rate?
You won't lock an interest rate until we actually get to sale, which probably 90 days at the earliest.
Dave, you had something?
Yeah, Jeff, and I don't mean to put you on the spot by this question, but down the road, we're going to be looking into jail. And with the cost increases here and interest and everything like this, and if we're going to commit to the income taxes on the bond, what kind of an impact is this going to have down the road for a jail project?
I would envision a jail project for you. If it doesn't fit within the income tax, then I think you're going to have to split it, do part of it income tax and part of it property tax. At that point, because of the size of the project, it's probably going to be subject to referenda if anybody remonstrates. But again, on this one, you know, I know you're property tax rate sensitive. if you can pay the lion's share of it from the remaining correctional facility income tax that's left, the property tax liability may not be that great. But that transaction, I would expect to be structured as a lease. So it won't affect your bond cap. So you'll be able to undertake it. And again, if it doesn't fit within the income tax, then I think you're going to have a lot of public education to explain to them how much is going to be on the property tax versus the income. That's just kind of my thumbnail of how I think it would look.
Else? Todd, do you have something? Yeah, come on up. Yeah, come on up.
Stay up here, I gotta ask you about. So, we're in an inverted yield curve right now.
Yes.
Where do you see that going in the future? Do you see long-term rates accelerating to get past short-term?
I think they will as we go forward.
You think that's gonna go forward?
Yeah.
You can get us, you think 3.5% on a bond?
I think today we could get between 3 and 3.5 if we did 10 to 15.
Okay. After listening to all this, my opinion would be to pursue the bond issue and try to get that. I think 3% range is phenomenal considering you get 4% on a short-term T-bill right now, correct?
Yes.
And it's tax-free also to the buyer. You could lock in those kind of rates. I think that would be smart. I wouldn't worry about our bond cap. I think the jail is going to be a $35 million project, roughly, said and done. Good thing is, though, community corrections bond paid off in what, 6 years? 5?
4.
5.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing with that is that that lit that's helping to pay for that has a time limit.
Right.
Which I don't believe at this point we can renew.
Yeah.
Initially, it was 20 years, now it's 22 years, and it would take an act of the legislature to let you reinstitute that for a longer period.
Okay. So my suggestion going forward would not be to do a lease, as you discussed, due to the added time frame.
For this project.
For this project, I'm sorry. To take advantage of the bond rates and the 3%, because like you said, historically, bond rates 5, 6, even 7% was normal. I mean, I'm looking back to the 90s. You look back to the 80s, we're talking 15 to 20%. We're not going to go there again, obviously. But I see the community corrections bond falling off just in time. And I would also suggest, I'm not one to raise taxes, you know that. I would suggest that you go to the full cap on our 0.2 and start getting some money for the jail fund. Since that's on a time frame, every day we wait and don't cap that, we're throwing money away. So,
and I would agree with that if we're looking at a $30 to a $35 million project. You could maximize that 22-year window, have cash to go toward the project. It'll make it run a lot more.
That's a good point. I think we have some time to work with, because the other thing that I don't want to raise taxes either, Todd, and we've already discussed the fact that because of the shortfall or the declining revenue coming into the highway department, we are going to have to look at doing the wheel tax again. And doing both of those things at the same time, I'm very, very uncomfortable with doing that. But you're right, we need to start saving money for the jail, but we also need to make sure that the highway department stays whole.
Sure.
Because money from these edit funds, if the funding to the highway department starts to run short, that's exactly where the commissioners are gonna go to try to take some of that edit money and push to the highway department. So it's a discussion that is not gonna happen today, but it's certainly one that we all have to be aware of that's coming up. I've brought up the wheel tax in the past. Jeff has provided us with some information. We're gonna go back and look at it again, but all of these things have to be decided before the end of September, if we're gonna institute them for 25
and
or
again, I
24.
think our current sheriff especially get us to the finish line, old jail, time to pay off the bond. And if that can, because I don't know if you've noticed the jail reports lately, we're below our
We're
80
down
cap.
low, very much so. It's,
And And the drug courts are helping people, they're keeping them out of jail. We're doing some good things in this county that need to continue. And I think if we can stay out of debt as much as we can, take advantage of the bond, I'm not worried about the bond cap, because I don't think we're gonna need to do the jail until that's released. Again, if you get on that full point two, get some money in the coffer and bring some cash. So that's just my take on it.
Well, and to Todd's point, if you have been paying attention to those reports that have been coming in every week from the jail, they are at or just slightly below the 80-person cap that we put there. And Community Corrections is helping that. What Steve Howell was just talking about here with his report about the Northeast Center, setting up a place where we can take people that are mentally ill, that don't belong in jail, but need to be treated in that fashion. They're going to help us keep those people out of the jail. The judges are helping us. I mean, it's all working correctly right at this moment. Everything's ticking right along. Let's hope nothing, we don't want to change it too much.
That's all I have.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Todd. Todd, Bob's got a question.
Or Jeff, or Mike.
No,
So we're moving away from the bot on the highway project because we don't have a person, a funder or something, or?
No, it's still a bot process, but we're
Okay.
gonna fund it through a bond issue is
Okay.
my suggestion.
Okay.
It still is the build method is called a bot, and that confused me also. The funding mechanism is up in there, whether it be private entity that just writes a check for it, leases it to it, or if we bond the issue and own it.
But if we move ahead with the bond issue in this, and a private entity comes up and says they'll fund it,
If they want to buy the bonds at that point, now we have issue, the only bad thing with a bond is the issuance cost, but we're looking at what, $300,000-$400,000 in issuance cost?
Probably won't be that.
Won't be that much? Okay. Do something. Okay.
And
But
again, if we have someone that would come forward, because a lot of times when we instruct the underwriter as we start looking toward sale, we can have them look at private placements as well. With this one, I wouldn't see that, but if somebody would come forward with, something that sounds really good, we would look at that as a private placement. If that would go through, everybody would start cutting their costs issuance. We would just issue that debt to that private individual or not have.
And again, I think anything in the lower 3% range is a phenomenal deal, considering what you get.
Yeah, the
in
last
treasuries.
private placement we had in December, it was for a small issue, but it was 4.8. That was completely property tax backed. It was only 10 years long. But it's one of those things that the bank will buy it for you if you go ask them to buy it. But if we put it on the open market, everybody wants a piece of that. If somebody comes along and says, "Oh, I want this much in the 3-year and the 8-year. I want this much in the 2-year and the 7-year." And everybody picks it apart at the lowest possible price. It's just the most efficient way for you to issue debt at the cost.
Agree with that. Anyone else to me? Or?
Okay, whoever wants saying it, you said there was 500,000 out of the general fund going towards this? Is that what you?
525.
525,000, and that is from the sale of multiple
Okay.
different properties.
Okay, now, my other question is, and I don't know whether we can do this, is there any funds out of the rainy day fund that we can add to this? Or do we even want to do that?
We don't have a lot
Okay.
in there. I'd be hesitant on that because we will sometimes fall back on that if needed for the sheriff's pension part of it. So, we don't have a big reserve in there.
We've used it for sheriff's pension before, and we've also, haven't we used it when we need a 10 or 20% match to another grant? Have we used it for that?
We've used it for a grant match.
Is there any, and I don't know.
we
You've
have-
you've got a paper copy, Bill. How much is in Riverboat?
I got it here somewhere. You're asking a miracle.
Do we have the grant match for 56 project? That's coming up.
That's already been set aside, hasn't it? The grant-
Riverboat has 317,000.
There's maybe a spot, but don't we have our match for the County Road 56 project already set aside?
With Ben? That one?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have it set aside in a couple
Okay.
different places.
So that one's covered already, which that's one of our bigger projects that we've got
Yeah.
coming down the line here.
Yeah, I understand that, but, the lower we get the money down, money we gotta borrow.
I think that comes then back to some of the ARPA funds. Are there ARPA funds that we could look at reallocating for that?
No, I don't, there was so much work put into that list by many different entities that I don't know that I would be willing to do that, but there is 600,000 there for Sunny Meadows that would push forward the question as to what we're going to do with Sunny Meadows in the future. If you're going to continue offering a county home, then we need that money to do some renovation to that building to accommodate the residents that we have. If you're not going to provide that as a service anymore to the county, then that would open that money up. But it's a decision that you have to make. You're going to serve those clients or you're not. Now, part of what has gone on in the past is we've shown a break even with that by applying the cash rent for the county farm to the income and expenses of Sunny Meadows to show break even. As we continue to utilize the property for the jail, for community corrections, you're going to be taking acreage out that can be farmed. So that will start decreasing that. And I don't know where's the cash rent for an acre gone to? Is it up or down?
Holding steady, except if you're out in Illinois, it went up to $600 an acre last week. But around here, 200, 225, maybe 250. But I could get a better deal. The solar panels are offering 900.
Yeah, well, now, wait a minute. I made a pledge to a couple of people that we weren't going to talk solar panels today, so please don't bring it up.
But that's about what it is, depending, it's a good field and everything. They can probably get 225 for it, depending who's interested.
So the income that we can put against Sunny Meadows to break it even is going to start decreasing as we use up acreage there, so. But
We're
what
not
we
breaking
used,
even though.
no, not now.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm talking about when we started that
Okay.
10 years ago. That's changed quite a bit. But what about the riverboat gambling? What have we used that for?
We've used that for pensions as well sometimes.
Well, let's get this.
I mean, I don't
moving.
have it. We don't need it for this year.
Yeah, let's get it moving on so that we can decide what we want to do. And if we come up with some extra cash to put in it, that's fine. If we don't, we've got cash there to make a payment. I don't know what our payment's going to be a year or anything. I know that ain't always going to take care of it, but it's something if we want to get this going, if we need to move on.
And with that being said, does anybody else got anything you want to talk about? Before we have Jeff give us the exact motion that you want to hear from your presentation, are we looking at the 10-year or 15-year? Would you rather keep it the shorter term with the lower interest rate? That does take 50% of the edit funding.
I would say that I think we should go with the shorter term because if we're increasing 0.5%, then we got 5 more years to pay interest on. That's going to add a lot of money to our budget. I know if we only go with the 50%, it's going to keep everything tight. But we're done with it in 10 years. And I look at it this way. Let's say, whenever, like Todd said, we got the gel coming there. If we can take that out in 10 years and get rid of our community correction, are we all done with the central dispatch payments? And get that all done, that gives us some more money towards the jail.
Yeah.
But if we take it out 15 years and pay the extra, maybe $400,000 or $500,000 of interest, that'll make it, if we can handle it on the 10-year program, I am for the 10-year deal.
All right.
And
I heard something
if they go, these are the ones that you can't pay off early, correct?
We can do a payoff at 10. So we could do 15s with an option to call them at 10.
One of the Amy's had something over here.
You need to turn your mic on. We're not getting anything you're saying.
Sorry. So I was just saying that in the future, if we could have some numbers in front of us with some data, what does it look like as far as this interest rate versus that interest rate? We have a lot of timelines coming up and trying to keep track of all that in my mind. And when does this start? When does that end? It would just be helpful in the future if we just had that in writing in front of us before we have to make some decisions on that. So, and I think maybe we will do that in the future. So that would be helpful.
We've talked about that in the past.
Yeah.
And I agree. And it's, we've
Yeah.
actually, back when this whole highway thing started, we were looking at that. And we do have several different reports over that, over that period of time. But that's what we did with community corrections, and that's kind of what we were looking for here. But
That would be really helpful, because I feel like I'm trying to make a decision on the fly without really being able to just look into the detail of the numbers. So
Well-
that would be helpful.
If I could offer one thing, I think we can probably do both of these. If you want to give me a motion that goes forward with the longer term, we'll have to get the underwriter engaged, bond counsel engaged, get a timetable together. And with that, when we send up all that information, we can look at an analysis between 10 and 15, what the interest rate, potential interest expense is. And then when you adopt that bond ordinance, you can say maximum time of X number of years.
So we can make the final determination between the 10 and the 15.
When you
Next month.
adopt the bond ordinance, yes, whenever that comes up.
And that would be also on several other things like property tax back, insurance and everything. We can make adjustments on it once, or is that what you're going to recommendation?
You could, but I recommend that you don't limit anything else until we get the bond sale. The property tax backing, the insurance parts, all that we're going to refine as we get close to the sale date. It'll be after you've approved the bond ordinance. But I believe in the bond ordinance, we could provide the information that you want to see, and then you can say, let's limit it to 10 or 15 or 12.
And then could you also, because I think Dave made a really good point, of pulling in that information for the jail, like we're looking at that down the road. So how does that impact the timelines of everything that's coming up with the jail? What would that look like? Is that possible?
None of what you're doing would impact what I envision as the jail, other than, actually, none of it would, because you're going to use economic development income tax to repay this one. For the jail, I assume you're going to use correctional facility income tax and property tax. So these will be completely two different transactions. One won't impact the other.
And the
This is why I
jail
need it
would
in writing.
possibly be a lease, correct?
And that one will be a lease.
Dave?
Yeah, just a quick question, Jeff. If we would go with the 15 years, pay it off in 10, is there a substantial penalty for early payoff on this end?
No, we just sell it under those parameters.
Okay.
So that all the buyers know that they can be called at 10, and that is a standard call provision, is 10 years. Like when we did the refunding, or when we did the correctional facility bonds, we did it on a short timetable, so there is no call because it was shorter than what the market would accept for a call period.
Okay, thank you.
But on that, if you do it for 15 and pay it off in 10, you have to structure that across that period that you're really going to pay or save 5 years worth of principal to call them on that date. But that's definitely something we could work into your fiscal plan if you want to do that. I'm not sure in practice, things normally get allocated to other needs and more immediate needs than bond payoff.
Well, you don't pay on the bond, you just pay the payment and then put back, let's say, 10 or 15%, or in 5 years, you'd have to put 20% back, so that when it comes up that 10-year program, we have that 100% of the cash to pay it off, right? You don't
Correct.
pay any ahead like you might on some of your.
Right, you don't pay any ahead, you just save it in your own account and then make the payoff. And we've done that before with units of government. I'm just saying, what I normally see is that money gets allocated to other projects and other needs and doesn't end up getting saved. But it is feasible, yes.
Okay, so let me just say this just so that I know if I have it in my head right. So we're looking for a motion to approve just a bond, or are we approving the BOT, the BOT highway project? This is what I have, with a bond issuance that is income tax backed with the option to use property tax backing if the edit funds are depleted, for a 15-year term with an option of a 10-year payoff, with the final determination of 10 or 15-year term being decided after the analysis of hard numbers.
Works for me.
Yes.
All right. Who's going to make that motion? Todd. Well, I have a question. Okay, if we make this motion that the final determination is going to be made at our next meeting, because the bot, the construction, all of this other stuff has already been approved. The only thing we're talking about is how to pay for it.
Correct.
So we're not doing anything other than deciding the financing.
Well, next meeting, if there's enough time. Like 30 days, wasn't it a little bit longer possibly?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be to get through all of, I don't know when exactly the bond ordinance will come up on your agenda
Yeah.
with the timeline of bond council.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure people didn't think it was coming.
Well, and what I'm trying to get at is something that was brought up at yesterday's commissioners meeting. Where are we in the timeline for the construction to start?
Gotcha.
Todd had brought that up in yesterday's meeting and was concerned about that. So is doing it this way going to slow down or stop or cause problems with that schedule?
My concern, and I don't understand the bond process, of course, FCI is walking us through that, but I would be real afraid to order $2 million worth of buildings from Nucor, and if we didn't have a plan to pay for it in place, and that's why I'm pushing pretty hard for this bond issue, get on it, get it going, approve it, and if we need a special meeting in 3 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever, like.
And that's where I was going next.
We need to have a special, and we'll have a meeting at 10 o'clock at night if it does, but we really need to get this going. You're up all night, we talk, don't give me any crap.
True,
Anyway,
true.
And that being my point, I don't know how much time it's gonna take Jeff and the bond council and everybody else to put their numbers together. But if we need to meet before our scheduled meeting in March, are we willing to come back for a special meeting for that? I'm hearing
Do we get an
yes.
increase in pay?
Well, I don't know, you're retired now, so you planning on being gone for the next 4 weeks, or?
I'm retired, yeah. I'm retired. I'm tired. Did I get retired?
All right, again, just trying to keep the project moving. This has been going on for a couple of years now. I would like to see it drawn to a close and get moving.
We're also running up, and the mayor, of course, will be gracious with us and let us stay here a little longer if we need to, but that's really not my plan to work efficiently as the highway department. They need to have a home.
Right.
And I don't want to work out of both areas, so if possible, if we can get this, I was shocked to hear low threes for a rate. I was thinking 5. So if we can get that, move forward, I'm telling you, I think that's a great.
All right, thank you, Todd. Just a minute, Bill. Just a second. When we're talking about an additional meeting or an extra meeting, it's one thing to have that extra meeting 2 weeks from now, but don't see much point in doing one 3 weeks from now if it's only another 1 week till the next meeting. How long would it take to put something like this together?
I don't know. If you give me marching orders today, I'll circle back with Randy Rampala and hopefully get you a timeline ASAP. But again, I don't know what their workload is as to how fast they can spit one out.
Okay, all right. All right, Bill?
Yeah, just a question for Jeff, and correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't I hear you express that we could use excess cash in our budget or in our
My understanding
reserves?
from bond counsel is you could execute the bot because you've committed this $2 million already in cash, and you have more than the amount of the contract of the bot in the general.
So we could
As
start before the,
I think you could. I don't know if you want to. Because again, are you concerned that you're going to order $2 million worth of parts and then something's going to fall apart on the financing and then you're going to have $2 million worth of parts and nowhere to put it?
what's the chance of something falling apart on the financing? We need to get this thing started. And
I'll leave it to you. And again, you could maybe have conversation with bond counsel as to potential stumbling blocks. Because this is an income tax bond, I don't think it is likely that it can be stopped. On the property tax side, or if it were leased, there's some remonstrance. But on the income tax side, I don't believe there is, but again, that's a bond counsel question.
we could start, theoretically, cash on hand.
That's my understanding for bond counsel, but again, I would run that through your counsel, through bond counsel.
And Don had an emergency in Steuben County, so he had to leave, but he said he is coming back, and at this rate, we're still going to be here, so. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and in terms of the construction schedule, I know that's been brought up, proceeding with the project. We're not to the point where we're going to order steel right now. Elevatus, the architect, still has 4 to 6 weeks of design to finalize the construction drawings. So I'm anticipating a bid schedule not even starting for 4 to 6 weeks. We're going to start putting together our bid packages, what that looks like. They complete the drawings, and then it will go out to bid in 4 to 6 weeks for final numbers. And at that point, then contracts could be issued once the bids are received, accepted. We do scope review. So we still have a little bit of time for this bond issuance to take place before we're actually moving into construction. Now, with that said, the pre-engineered, the new core buildings could be ordered sooner than that so that we could, but their lead times have significantly reduced. But every day that passes, we've given you a preliminary schedule. We want to try to get this thing moving as fast as we can. So if there's an early release that we could do on some of it, I don't want to make you guys uncomfortable with it, but that's kind of our schedule that we're working on right now.
All right, well, let's get marching orders to Jeff and see what we can do about getting this thing moving. And if we don't have to order $2 million worth of steel, fine. If we have to pay Elevatus, we can probably do that with some of the cash we have on hand. I don't know what other invoices might be coming due, but again, the bot is done. That the commissioners have chosen. We're just working on how we're going to pay for it. So, would somebody like to make the motion that, as Susan described it, because I think that's what she's already got written.
You think? Can we read it again?
Yep.
Okay. To approve a bond issuance for the Bott Highway project that is income tax backed with the option to use property tax backing if the edit funds are depleted for a 15-year term with an option of a 10-year payoff and the final determination of 10 or 15-year term to be decided after analysis of hard numbers.
Your interest rate, right?
Well, you should make it a 10-year.
Yeah, but still,
we won't know real interest rates until the very end when they're sold.
And is there an option that the next meeting we can once we go forward, we're going forward, right?
Well, you haven't asked the bond to be done yet, so yeah, you could kill it.
There's
I
still
would think.
bond ordinances and
There's still,
multiple other things.
And I think this motion that you just laid out will have us with the two options of a 10-year and a 15-year in front of us. I think that's a great idea.
And then,
Right,
but we have an option to say, we don't agree with this, go a different way.
but, and I would think that there's going to be three. It'd be the 15-year, the 10-year, and the third one would be the 15-year paid off in 10. So,
Well, I need, as I said before, we need to move forward. I will make a motion that exactly what Councilman Susan said down there.
all right, Councilman Dan Y has made a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilman Kraft. Further discussion.
Take a roll call vote.
Yes.
Comment from the public. Just second over here. Mr. Reinhardt, you have your hand up?
Yes, Lynn Reinhardt, 4224 County Road 71, Butler. And I wanted to say that I thought you need to make sure you give thought to Councilwoman Prosser's statement and looking at how a 15-year bond might affect any future jail projects or such. And it was kind of dismissed as those funds would come from different sources so that it wouldn't affect that. I think you need to make sure that you look at the total picture because all those funds might come from different sources that are available to you. You have to realize that those sources all come back to the citizens and the property owners of DeKalb County. So yes, one does affect the other. Please keep that in consideration as you make decisions moving forward. Thank you.
Well, and I appreciate your comment, Mr. Reinhardt, but I would hope that no council person up here would make a decision without considering the big picture for everything, because there's a big responsibility here and a large amount of financial responsibility for the county, and I'm sure that each one of these people does consider not only what's true today, but what is possible in the future. And we always have our citizens at heart. I'm at least hopeful of that. So with that, Larry, you got something back there?
Yeah. Larry Williams, hi. Yeah. Okay, I'm Larry Williams. I've lived in the county all my life. I got a 40-year, I retired from a 40-year finance career in banking, manufacturing finance, and federal government finance. I worked on my first sales leaseback transaction when I was 23 years old. I've worked in probably 15 Indiana counties. It's been an interesting discussion today. I would, to your point, I would not approve it today as a banker. I would look at this and say, where's your plan? You know, and you're talking about developing a plan now, but you're doing your approval prior to seeing numbers. So that as a finance guy, that rubs me the wrong way. However, I understand the situation. I understand more today than I understood yesterday. I would say that bot financing, a lot of times it's done for very large projects. For example, the Louisville Bridge, the Indiana to Louisville Bridge recently was done with bot financing. I think that one of the things that concerns me is I'm quite familiar with Franklin, Indiana, and Johnson County. I believe they use bot contracts to finance a portion of a $23 million road project. You may have more information on that than I do. I don't know. But in any event, INDOT then held a meeting on August 1st of 2022 to spend another $42 million. And Johnson County increased their EDIT tax by 0.2% on August 8th. So they actually ended up having to increase that. Yeah, that's one of my questions. Do we anticipate an increase in that EDIT tax at some point to help finance these things that are coming up? I would have projections as a controller. I would have had a 4 or 5 year projection or a 30-year projection, whatever the time frame might be. You know, I was looking at the county comparisons. Johnson County still has lower property tax, even with their increase, and lower income tax rates in DeKalb. It's a much bigger county. They have a population of 160,000 or 44. Now, to my point, to this point, you know, for looking forward into the future, what can we do to better project our funding needs is my question. This is something I spent a lifetime doing. And I've seen a lot of meetings like this. And I'm always, as a controller, uncomfortable with when a decision is made to move ahead without having numbers in front of me. Again, that's me. You know, I'm looking at all-in financing costs. You know, you guys haven't done your projections yet. Your quotes yeah, okay. So you do have some of this. So is this solid? Is this fixed? Okay. Okay. All right. So can I have that? Or okay, thanks. That helps. Thank you. So anyway, so I just want to, you know, I respect and appreciate what everybody's doing. This is kind of something, county finance is new to me. Federal finance, I've been there, done that. Commercial finance, been there, done that for years. But I'm a very conservative person. I want to see the numbers before the commitments are made. So, you know, the last thing I'll mention, I sent a letter to everybody talking about DeKalb and Du Bois County. I've worked in many counties in Indiana. Du Bois is very similar in many ways to DeKalb. Both have populations of about 44,000. The budgets are similar, but they're quite a bit lower in terms of property tax and in terms of EDIT. Could we think about benchmarking our spending and our financing against another county? They're going to be different. I get that. You know, Johnson County is much different than DeKalb County, but you know, that's why you benchmark. You do a variance analysis and you say, why am I higher? I mean, DeKalb County is higher in both property taxes and EDIT when compared to Du Bois County. And what could we do better? Or are there things that we're getting, they're not getting, that we absolutely need? You know, I've heard discussion about the county home, for example, $600,000. I get it, you know, I've been here my entire life. I know about that and how that could open up, open up cash flow. But in any event, I would encourage everybody to do more in terms of having numbers in front of you when you come into a meeting like this and letting the public have numbers too.
Actually, Larry, I do want to answer that in one
Sure.
respect, in that, and we have an article that'll be up here in a little bit after we're done
Right.
with this issue. There is information that we have started to accumulate and plans that we have started to put together over the last 5 years.
Right.
Goes back a little bit farther in that we brought in Mr. Peters to help us with these issues so that we had good financial information and good financial backing. We are starting to look at, we've developed a 5-year capital improvement plan that would go out.
Right.
It's still in process, but it is something that I'm familiar with from my background in healthcare.
Right.
It's something that you always had, a 5-year plan.
Sure.
Today, we're going to look at the income tax rate that we have. We do have a 2.5% limit on our income tax, how it's divided up, where that money's at, where it's going.
Right.
So these are things that we are doing. The Association of Counties has put together 2 excellent budgeting and finance classes that at least I and Commissioner Watson have been involved in. I think Susan was at, that we have started to institute some of the things that Baker Tilly and Mark Garatage has put together so that information is coming back here.
Okay.
Amy was quite right in that, you know, we need to have these dollars and cents on paper. I want to look at it before we actually make a vote. That's what we did back when we started community corrections.
Right.
And Jeff helped us with that. So that is what we're trying to get to.
Do you project one of my questions was, are you projecting any EDIT increases over the next 5 years?
At this point, I would say no, but these 6 people haven't had a chance to comment on that themselves.
Okay.
Jeff puts together a projection of all of our different funds.
Right.
Over, I think, I'm always looking at 5 years, and I don't know if you go out any farther than that, Jeff, but.
Depends on circumstances. That's one of the things I wanted to talk about quick. That fiscal plan that we update. That fiscal plan that we update for you every year looks at that very thing. And typically we'll go out 3 years, 5 years, depending on circumstance and any other things that you want to look at and have us model. Lots of other units of government do that. As he brought up the city of Franklin, we actually do a fiscal plan for the city of Franklin. It includes all the TIF districts, the utilities, again, so that we have a comprehensive fiscal policy document to make decisions on. Johnson County has one as well. Somebody else does that, but we do the bond work for Johnson County. So when they did their jail project, we issued their bonds. That 0.2% increase that he's talking about for edit is a delay from Johnson County. They had I-69 commitments for the redevelopment that they didn't fund because they didn't want to raise the income tax. Now they're behind the 8 ball of where they should have been. But, you know, again, they too are looking at that comprehensive document in the form of a fiscal plan, which for what we're talking about today, this is just a small subcomponent of what is in the tab that is the edit fund. So in that tab, you'll see your projection of what the income is, what you've been spending on it. And then there's an assumption of, you know, you're going to spend that money going forward. Well, today you've made a preliminary decision that you're going to carve out part of that and use it for debt service for this highway building. So it is actually segregated to just that one tab of your whole fiscal plan. And again, from a fiscal policy standpoint, if you all decide we want to commit 50% of that or 35% of that, you know, that's kind of where the discussion begins and ends. To the other gentleman's conversation is, yeah, even if you don't raise that money, you have now allocated that money for this project. It's not going to be eligible for other things.
Which is, you know, when we did the capital improvement plan from the CCD, the reason we needed to go out 5 years is because we were constantly robbing Peter to pay Paul. We knew that we were going to replace so many police cars every year, so those could automatically go in as a deduction from the anticipated income. But then we had equipment that we knew needed to be replaced 3 years from now, but we put so many other things off that all of a sudden we've got to do these things, but we also have this project out here. So, and it's just something that at least myself was used to working with in healthcare. You always had to go out at least 5 years to know where your money was going. So
I appreciate that kind of pressure and the alternatives and options you're faced with. I get it. You know, it's helpful for me to understand that you
Jeff
have that.
Mr. Peters has helped us immensely getting ourselves on solid footing.
Yeah, I
and DeKalb County is on solid footing now.
Yeah. I did some work with Joe McGinnis down there when he was a mayor, so I know the Johnson County, some of their issues. I just don't want DeKalb County to get stuck behind the 8 ball.
Neither do we.
Okay.
Neither do we.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Larry. Anybody else?
Yeah, just correct me if I'm wrong, but we have to make this motion for Jeff to even get us those numbers.
Right.
And we are actually going to vote on the ordinance at a later date.
Right, that'll have to come.
This is to get the ball rolling. If we don't move on this ordinance, when we aren't doing anything, and we're just kicking the can down the road and nothing will happen.
Right. So we have a motion, we have a second.
Yep. Rick Collins. Okay. Amy Presser. No. Amy Dembski. Yes. Dave Yard.
Yes.
Bob Kraft. Yes. Bill Van Wy. Yes. Rick Green.
Yes. Passes 6-1.
Yep.
So
Same
you have your marching
professional-
orders
yeah,
there.
same
Now, did you have
professional-
something else you
yeah.
wanted to talk
Same
about?
professionals as last time, I assume?
Pardon?
Same professionals as last time? Okay. We will get them hopping on that and hopefully be back to talk to you soon with those variables to look at.
All right, and when you said save professionals, the only thing, did you have to use the county attorney for anything? You did, we did change county attorneys.
Okay. Yeah, if you could just email me that.
All right.
Because we normally want to include them in it and see what expense, if any, they would have beyond the contract.
Okay.
I'll send it right now.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Jeff. All right. Next. All right, it's 11:30. Does anybody need a break before we move on? All right, I'm hearing yes. All right. All right, take 10. Take 10.
Make sure all the microphones are off.
It did come to committee. Did come out to 3.25 number, which did put them talked about I have the ability to give tax abatement in the typical 10% a year, or dividing it up. Maybe you can give 100% for 3 or 4 years, and then 50%. We can mix and match. We did not go there. We stuck with the typical 10% a year for the 10-year period. Is there anybody here from that group? I'll let Anton reference this group.
Is that on?
Blue dot on.
Thank
All right,
you.
Sorry. So again, Anton King, DeKalb County Economic Development Partnership. Just to provide some reference or detail on that project as it was covered in the Tax Abatement Committee meeting. IGDB Biogas LLC is proposing a investment located at the Irish Acres Dairy, located on 1867 County Road 59 in Butler. And they're proposing a $4.5 million investment in personal property on site. That $4.5 million in personal property is assessed at roughly $1.35 million in assessed value. And what their process is roughly takes the cow manure and through their process allows that cow manure to be transferred into a gas substance that could be marketed and transferred as a fuel source for as far as like heating or type of natural gas type product. And this is a very new process in this industry for IGDB biogas. But they anticipate 3 new jobs, about $52,000 a year salary for those folks. And that's a low estimate as far as job creation, but they understand that they're held to what they report on their SB1 forms, but they do anticipate potential more than that. Turning cow manure into biogas that right on site, right there, and then they're able to ship that to various sources of folks that are purchasing said gas.
We did have a few questions that we asked the company, and we did get answers from them. One was, will the waste moved to the retention basin be able to be used? Yes, the farmer can continue to using the manure the same way he or she has been before. The biogas facility does not impact the farmer's ability to use the manure or what's left of it after they extract the gas. Will there be an odor involved in the entire process? The odor will be similar to the existing odor associated with the manure. And this is a 14-acre Irish Dairy's 14 acres, and this company is going to use 1 acre of that for this equipment.
Small portion.
What will be the number of trips per day the delivery truck will make, and what will be the weight of the vehicle? Approximately 2 trips per week, and that's taking the biogas out. The load will weigh approximately 60,000 pounds. How will the product be transferred to and from the site? I believe they are referring to the cattle waste. How will the farmer get it to our site? The biogas facility is integrated directly into the farm's existing manure management process. The manure will be pumped via pipe to our digester tanks and from the digester tanks into the retention basin. The resulting biogas will be trucked from the farm to an off-site injection site in accordance to the response given to question 3 above. And I believe that part of what was generated that question was they're not going to truck in manure from any other location. All of the manure involved in this situation will be generated on that 14 acres now. So it's there. How many cattle are on site at Irish Acre? Approximately 1,300. So you can imagine they can generate quite a bit, I would imagine, Bill.
Oh, yeah. They're not going to scrub it and make it into a generator. They're going to actually haul the gas somewhere else.
Correct.
That's surprising. Surprising. Oh, my mic's on. No, usually the process is you run it through a scrubber, which cleans up the gas, and you run it through generators and produce your own electricity. That's what most of these digesters do.
Okay.
That they produce their own, which most of them, yeah, and that size would be questionable with 2 generators where you could produce enough power to run it. But a lot of these farms, they'll produce a generator and put it back on the line, then pull it off the line so they have a more steady power. See, they're selling them back and just buying it back in neutral circuits, so they do it. And when he said that they're trucking it,
I thought they talked about a digester.
Yeah, there's digester. Did show Bill that. This is an experiment by this company.
oh, okay.
So this is first time out of the box for them. And if this works, they would install it in many other places.
Well, they at least have 2 other dairies. I mean, the Irish Acres have got 2 other dairies in Ohio.
I was gonna say the other option was Ohio.
But I was just wondering where they're gonna transfer the gas. Do you know where they were transferring the gas?
I don't know.
But as far as the manure goes, you don't get any less manure. All you're losing is the gas on top, which would cut the odors, the methane side of the odors out.
And then they were gonna inject what was left.
Well, as they do that
into the ground, just like they do with.
Yeah, they do every
now.
time, yeah.
And actually, the city waste treatment plants do that same thing.
Yeah.
Take what's left over and take it out and inject it into the ground.
Yeah, the process that I've seen is that a lot of these are all in, not all in, but they go in and then they push it all out the backside. And I would say the ones I looked at every year, 18 months, you go in and clean the whole thing out and start it back over again. They have, even though they put, and I've been at that farm, they put sand separators in, and you can't get all the sand out. It will still build up in what they do. So it may not take longer than that, but it is interesting to see how they work and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing too, and this to the point of hauling it, is the one I was at Homestead Dairy, which is in Plymouth, Indiana. They had to bring in, I can't believe it, food that was thrown out from restaurants and stuff, plus another solution. I wasn't say it was a salt-based solution to make the manure produce more methane to keep the thing hot, because you have to run these at 100. Last time I knew 105 degrees to keep it really effective. So. But I've seen them work, so.
Well, there's an entrepreneur here that's looking at a new process, and you've got a waste product that you need to do something with, and it's a good thing that.
Well, these generators, and see, when you said the cost of it, I thought that was a little bit low, but, if you don't have generators on your farm, if you're taking it somewhere and you have a process of cleaning it, which is what I call scrubbing, they run it through it's not really brushes, but it's basically what it does. Clean it, so the engines will run cleaner and stuff. And then you don't have to worry about gases escaping and stuff. They load it right in the truck, take it down there, wherever they're taking it, clean it, so.
Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'm trying to look through the application and the scorecard to find out, are they going to do this regardless of whether they get this abatement or not?
Yeah, probably not. Again, this was an experiment for this company that's working with Irish Acres.
That's quite a bit of investment for a small company.
And do we have to,
I think they just got approved for Kosciuszko County.
Did they?
Yeah, I saw a news article last night when I was looking up the company that they just got approved for a tax abatement to do a site in Kosciuszko. I think they were also doing, if I read it correctly, they were also doing a site in Ohio. So this would be third.
Yeah, but see,
Site.
I wonder if they're going back to the other dairies, because they have 2 dairies down there.
And that was when the original information we got, it was maybe here, maybe Ohio, depending.
They got 2 dairies down
So,
by Bryan, I
didn't know
think,
about
is where
the one
they're
in
at.
Kosciuszko.
Standalone and it's all private investment.
then my other question is, since it's an existing operation, we don't have to, it doesn't have to be declared a redevelopment area because it's already, we're not changing, you know.
No, I think we do have to declare it. We do have to do it,
Declare
declare it,
that
which
ERA.
is
Okay.
why we're glad that Don came back from Steuben County.
But the zoning.
Okay.
No.
We still have to declare it.
Part of the state rules. So, that being said, do we want to move on with this?
I think so. You know, it's a
So
chance to make, you got the company there, they're gonna be there. I mean, they're not going, you know, the owners are gonna be there for a while because, you know, they just expanded from 700 to 13 and they'd like to expand another 1,000. They want to close one of their dairies and move the rest of the cows up here, is what I've heard. And so, you know, they got plans to stay here.
So you guys are motioning to have Stuckey
Do an economic
do the ERA.
revitalization area.
Okay. Stuckey, sorry, Stuckey.
You know, is this your first time meeting him?
Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion on this? Comment from the public? And I have a motion to direct our council attorney to declare this area. And I don't know. Don, does this have to be the whole 14 acres or just the 1 acre they're dealing with?
It could be the 1 acre, though. Do we know exactly where they're going to locate it, or do they know exactly where they're going to?
That, I don't know. Anton?
I believe that they have preliminary plans on a site layout. That could be further clarified with them. So I can follow up with them to get a
Illegal description. Either I can get the 14, but 1 acre, 2 acres, whatever they have.
Okay.
So we'll have you get
Don,
that.
is there reasons why we wouldn't want to do the whole 14?
No, and the only thing it does is it makes the entire 14 acres available for tax abatement. But that's the only difference.
Right.
I'll do whatever you folks tell me to do, so.
Why don't you just do the whole 14 acres? It's the one
But
owner.
we're talking about needing funding for all of these different projects. I don't understand the process of abating taxes on different companies that are already successfully operating.
Well, this is actually, I believe this is a different company than actual owners of Irish Acres.
But if we declare the entire 14 acres, then wouldn't that affect Irish Acres?
No, it wouldn't do a thing. Only this project. Now, the Irish Acres could come in and ask for tax abatement, and we wouldn't have to do it. We wouldn't have to declare it an economic revitalization area. but you would have to approve or disapprove of a different tax abatement on that 14 acres. So you're limiting it to that one owner or that one plot.
They can't just automatically come to us or the assessor and get it.
All right, so you're gonna get the 14 acre description for Don, right? We'll just do the whole 14 acres, in my opinion.
Be able to separate out the legal description for the 1 acre if they're not sure how they're gonna set it up.
Yeah, or if they're leasing it from the,
And it is a lease. I
yeah,
wrote
so
that
they're
down.
leasing it from the actual owner of the Irish Acres, so it probably need the whole 14 acres.
Right, and I think the other consideration is what Bill said, is they're thinking about expanding their operation. So if we do 1 acre, maybe this whole process expands on their property, and then we're right back
Doing it again.
doing it again. That's my thought when I asked the question.
And an odd comment, and it's not to do with this, where I've seen some of this work, they've put a second pit in because of the fact that they have to clean the first one out. So, you know, this gives them an opportunity that they can keep moving forward. If they get this process going, they don't want to be shut down, I think, 2 weeks before they actually get enough gas. It'll take it 2 or 3 weeks for producing enough gas for them to do it. So, you know, this leaves them with options to move on if they have to. And they might come in and say, okay, we're gonna build 2 pits, but they're next to each other. They'll take up more than an acre, so.
All right. Can I have a motion to direct the council attorney to declare this 14 acres an economic revitalization area? Whether or not this company gets tax abatement will be addressed after this ordinance would be passed.
Eric, though, this is to draw it up.
Yeah, just to draw it up. So there's a lot to go yet. We got to get the process started. So can I have that motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Van Wy. Is there a second? Who did that? A second by Councilman Collins.
We're way.
Well, you know, I'm used to looking at one group of people in that corner over there. Sorry, take me a while to get used to it, Rick. All right, I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Aye.
Passes 6-1. All right. Next is the council commissioners' discussion, and Larry's full-time presentation is on here. Is that something for Dottie, or is that something for Larry? Or is that something for Mr. Watson? All right, Dottie, you want to explain what this is?
Like I said, we're going to tag team it. So Larry's here. Larry, why don't you go ahead and explain what you need and what you told the commissioners?
Right now, I have a young man that's working with me, and he's very interested in what I'm doing. And as I told the commissioners, I'm not getting any younger. So I think it'd be a good time to bring someone on like this to follow my footsteps, learn how we do things, and carry on what I've been doing and what Clint's been doing for the last however many years. He is a hands-on type of guy. And I'm not saying that he is the one guy, but I think he's got possibility. So that's where I'm at.
I've been talking with several of our non-elected department heads regarding succession plans. We have a few of our departments that have individuals of a certain age that perhaps they're thinking about retirement. Not that Larry's thinking about retirement, but Larry is a one-man band. That is our maintenance department. We contract for janitorial services, but Larry, it covers all of our contracts for HVAC, any of our plumbing, for just about all of our departments and every building that we have, DeKalb County government. So that's one person. He put together the review information and a new job description for the job classifications subcommittee in anticipation of this meeting. But, and the commissioners approved that he does need a second hand. And so he doesn't have the money for this, the second position. So that's why he's come here to ask for that.
So at this time, he's coming here more to get your consensus on whether you're going to allow him to do this or not. Commissioners have approved the position to happen. You guys need to at least let him know whether you're willing to do it. If you are, then an additional appropriation would come the next meeting or so. But the money is not actually here to vote on today.
Larry, other than the contractual service that you have with Clint and everyone else, do you have anybody else with you that is a county employee?
No.
Is it just you? Okay.
Just me.
Would this reduce the amount we're paying for the contractual service? Would that reduce the need for a body on that side by putting a body on this side?
I would probably say no.
Okay.
I don't think so.
And if you guys have questions, ask them. But one of the things that's come up in previous meetings, I think that one of the other commissioners, not Mike, but somebody else had asked, would you, if you had this second person, could you provide some of the mechanical background, maybe if we needed something at community corrections or central communications or what? I know you're already covering the annex, but if you're doing a little plumbing work here, would this person be available to go do a little plumbing work somewhere else? Not cleaning, none of that day-to-day stuff, but.
We do just a little bit of that now. Like community corrections, he calls me and asks me questions, and we help very little.
Okay.
Community corrections has a part-time maintenance person.
Okay, but does central communications have anybody?
No.
Okay.
No. And yes, that could be a possibility. Because that would free, if we had another person here, that would free me to be able to do and go look at this or assess the situation and say, we need a plumber to come in or electrician to come in to take care of it.
Well, and I know, I think that's what generated the question before with the commissioners was we have department heads that have no mechanical or maintenance background trying to make decisions. And if they had somebody that they could call on that would help them make those decisions, could potentially save us money.
Yes.
Anybody else?
And do you have enough work to keep him busy full-time?
Yes.
And then some.
Your maintenance and on the inside and outside. What'd you say, Susan?
And then some.
The ladies in the courthouse keep me pretty busy.
Yes, we do.
And the annex.
Yes.
Annexes,
Yeah.
I should say.
I'm not going to answer that.
So the person that, Evan, that you have now, is he part-time? Or
He-
full-time?
He is working part-time it actually is called extra help.
And is he a county employee right now?
No.
Okay.
And do you have an anticipated salary for what this will be?
Yeah. 14, 15 an hour.
Okay.
But what I'd really like to see is him become a salary person, because we come in Saturdays, Sundays. If it snows, we're here when it snows. I mean, if the water main breaks, they call me and we're here at 3 o'clock in the morning or whenever. So I think it would be easier. I think.
Well, that can run through the HR committee, and you guys can decide.
Yeah.
Make a recommendation to us from there.
What would that be as salaries a year? What are you thinking of the year, your salary?
I'm figuring it.
Susan's got it.
Pass it to
She's
the
got
number
the
lady.
calculator.
Pass it to the number lady.
Maybe. Do you guys figure 80 hours? 40 a week? So 31,200.
What was it, Susan?
31,200 at 15 an hour for 2,080 hours for the year.
Dottie, do you know if that hourly rate falls in
That would be about right. We looked at the chart.
child classification?
And I think it was actually on the low side of that chart.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, it sounds
But,
low.
a good starting and then
Yeah.
move up.
Any other questions for Larry? Then can we, I don't know that we need a vote, but we do need to give them a consensus that we are supportive of this option. Now, the final determination will be when they come back with the job description and the rate and everything else. And the HR committee has had a chance to review it and make a recommendation to us. But are we willing to move forward with this?
Yeah, me and Larry's already talked about it.
Yeah.
He needs the help, and if he can get 80 hours, he wouldn't look so stressed out. Of course, working with all the women, I can see what's stressing him.
I came in.
And
I
you're
came
sitting
in.
right
I came
there.
in this morning though. I was in here about 7:15, and Clint was over here emptying wastebaskets and stuff. And I think that we're going to see Larry here at that age doing the same thing.
That is actually my goal, to be the next Clint
Yep.
in that
All
part
right.
of it.
We know that Evan's interested in the position with the county.
Actually, we really shouldn't be talking about that. We should be talking about the position and not the person,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah.
Are we good with it? Are we good with it? I'm hearing we're good with it. Go with it. Go for it.
Okay.
Job Classification Subcommittee, you guys have all the information that you need. Please get back to me about whether or not we need to send this on to WIC.
Okay.
And if we need to have a meeting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next thing on this Commissioner Council discussion is PTO payout.
Actually, Commissioner Sanderson was supposed to make this presentation. Obviously, he got hungry and left for lunch.
Right behind him.
He
So,
went and got lunch.
so let me gather my thoughts here.
Let me help you out. Okay.
I'll
So-
get some time to Susan here.
Yeah, let me help you out. So last year, there were a couple deputies with the sheriff's office that were unable to use a lot of their PTO time because they were so understaffed. So we've got two people that one has 151 hours that he couldn't use, and one has 171 hours that he couldn't use. So they, the sheriff had come to the commissioners to see if they thought that they could roll that over into repository time or another avenue. they're not ever going to be able to use this time, and their repository time ends at the end of 2024. And so the commissioners talked about it, and they feel like we should pay out their unused pay time minus the 10 days that they can roll over, that we can roll over every year, to get them back on track and keep going, because they're never going to be able to use it, and they're always going to end up behind the 8 ball on all of this. So they were wanting to recommend and see to the council if you guys would approve paying out these PTO hours for the 2 deputies with sheriff's office.
What Susan said.
Repeat that again, all but,
So
how much is going to repository time?
there's nothing going to repository time at all. So
How
we
much
can,
carry forward?
10 hours.
10 days.
Oh,
The
10 days or 10 hours?
Or 10
That's my
days.
question.
10 days, I'm sorry.
And it's 120 hours because they work 12-hour
Right.
shifts.
Okay.
Originally, the one officer still has 279 hours
Mhm.
of PTO. The other officer has
291, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so they would be allowed on their anniversary, which their anniversaries both come in March.
March.
So they would be able to carry over 120 hours, which still leaves 59 and whatever.
The other number.
Yeah, those are the numbers I gave.
What's the cost?
So, little over 8,600
Both of them are?
total. One is 4,339.11, and the other is 4,317.75.
Which, when I brought this to Commissioner's attention, that caused Commissioner Sanderson to expand it to all county employees. So rather than having this 10 days that you can carry over on your anniversary date into your next year, he would propose that any hours unused would be just paid off. And then, of course, on your anniversary date, then you would get your next year's allotment of PTO.
To the current policy, is there an upper limit on the maximum PTO time you can have at any one given moment?
Yes, you may have whatever unused that you received on your last anniversary date and the up to 10 days carryover. So it would be different for every employee.
But
Well,
It was Commissioner Sanderson's proposal.
Oh, I'm just clarifying, before you can consider funding it, the commissioners have to present it to you and they've approved it, so.
Yeah,
and we got time because it's not till March, but
the commissioners are in agreement on paying out the PTO for these 2 officers. So that much we agree on. The rest of that is more of a,
Which one of your accounts are we taking this out of?
we're taking out of the Van Wy fund.
come out of
They're gonna wait for a
be
while.
coming out of the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
It's gonna come out of the general then?
Yes.
And the reason I asked that question, Dottie, is that in the PTO system I was familiar with, we were allowed to have a maximum of 300 hours at any one time, I think was the number. And if I started a new year and I had 250 hours in my account, the next, as I got my accumulation as the time periods went on, once I hit 300 hours, I didn't earn any more PTO time until I got it down underneath. Do we have a system like that?
no, it would be all the unused PTO that you received on your last anniversary date. So say that you have 10 days of PTO that you are given.
Right.
And you work a 7-hour day, so have 70 hours to put into your that
For
you
the
get
year.
to use
For the year.
per year. And then, I can carry over 10 of those days over to the next. So that's the maximum that anybody can have. Now, we do have people who, have worked here 20 years, 30 years, so there's a lot of, that they may or may not have used, but they can only ever carry over 10 days.
And, there's no doubt that there were some situations that occurred last year that need to be rectified, and I know that you've addressed some of those, and I am not opposed to doing this if that's the recommendation that the commissioners are sending to us. My only concern is that it sets a precedent, so you need to remember that if this happens again 2 years from now, people are gonna look back at this occurred, and what are you going to do? Are you going to follow your previous, or are you going to start something new? People need to have some type of continuity. And of course, different commissioners, different council, different decisions, but just, that's the only thing that we're opening up. But these are things that need to be corrected. I am in full agreement.
Well, and I think that was part of the idea behind Commissioner Sanderson taking the idea to the next step and just paying out PTO rather than stacking it up. But I'm not prepared to say that that's a commissioner's recommendation at this point. Although I will say that not being able to use PTO time for a variety of reasons this is not an isolated circumstance.
Well, also with the sheriff department being short of people, I can see that some has been accumulated. And the issue is, I wanted to ask, and Susan probably can answer, there is still about 6 deputy slots that are still open, aren't there?
Yeah.
And so we could pull some of the money out of there that we've
Right.
had. So it's not like we're short of out of the sheriff department. But we should look at the point, and my deal is, okay, try to get this down so you're under 20 hours every year. So that if we're going to pay this out, we should put a limit on it. I realize there's some places that are short of employees that these guys have to work overtime. And work some, so.
Well, and you will have, and this is the other situation that you've got to watch, and it would go to what Commissioner Sanderson is talking about, is paying this out. You will have employees that won't take vacation. They won't take PTO, and then they'll want paid for it. As a manager, you are responsible to make sure that your people are taking their time off. Not only for their mental health, but for the health of your department. They need to rotate, they need to have their time off. And so if this would happen on a regular basis, I would say that that's a manager that needs to be addressed. So there has to be some kind of, I'll go along with this, but you need to make sure that your people are taking time off. Now do you make them, if they got 4 weeks coming every year, you're going to force them to take 4 weeks? No, but you ought to come up with some type of every year you got to take 2 weeks off, or you got to take at least 1 week off every year. So, and I had to address this on a number of occasions. People just trying to make a little extra money by not taking any time off.
I have my calculations right. The person with the 291, they're going to have a little over 24 days total accumulated, right? 12-hour shifts. Oh, I did on the 291, I'm sorry.
One of them has 159 hours to be paid out, and one has 171 hours. That's already taken away. There's an additional 10 days on top of that will just be carried over.
I'm going to and if I am wrong in this, you let me know, and that what I heard yesterday in the commissioners' meeting, and what you're telling us now, is the commissioners are recommending to us that we pay this off.
That is correct.
Correct. That was the motion made in their meeting yesterday.
They did make a motion.
They made a
Okay,
motion
very
to
good.
recommend it
Okay.
to the council to pay these two out.
Okay. So, can I have a motion that we would pay these two gentlemen out based on the parameters that Dottie and Mike have given us? And moved by Councilwoman Prosser. Is there a second?
I'll second it, but it has to come out of the sheriff's budget, right?
Oh, yeah.
It will.
Yeah, well, okay, I'll second that.
Yeah. And a second by Councilman Van Wy. Discussion? Comment from the public? Yes, Andy? Come up here so we get you on tape.
I don't disagree that these two gentlemen are worth it, and I'm okay with that, but I think it begs the discussion. We've got the same situation in the county. We try to manage and get all of our employees. We do have blackout periods, but I think it goes to the whole PTO policy. I think, we still have employees that are giving back vacation or they're not able to use their PTO time. So you're going to hear some discussion. These two got it. Why didn't I get it? So you're going to have to be fair across the board. And I think, one of the solutions that I would propose is we have a repository for PTO. If you don't use it, put it in that repository. And I know it's scheduled to end at the end of next year, but it doesn't have to end next year. Put it in there, and then at termination or whenever they leave the county, pay it out at 50 cents on the dollar or something like that. It's at least something. It doesn't hit the bottom line for the county unless they leave. And then, you have a uniform policy in place for everybody. Because I think I know it's only 2 officers, they're down 6 officers. Why aren't there, it begs the question, why aren't there 6 positions that have excess time? So, I think you need to look at it in a much broader perspective.
Okay. Thank you, Sandy.
Can I respond?
Not now. Not now. What has to happen here is, the commissioners at least discussed a second possibility of how that PTO is going to be handled. I think it's partially our responsibility because we're funding payroll and whatnot. But I would think that take the PTO, take their suggestion, take it to the HR committee, and get it worked out between the commissioners and the HR committee, and then bring it back to us. I will say that at this point in time, I don't anticipate that we should make any changes to the PTO policy prior to the 24 budget. The 23 budget is set. If you want to make some changes, let's make them and make them effective starting January 1. That's only my opinion. Let's take it to the committee and the commissioners and let them discuss it and bring it back to us. Did I have a vote on that motion?
No.
No. Okay, I need a vote. Are we going to approve the payment of these 2 individuals? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. Okay, that motion's carried. Don, did you have something you wanted to say, or maybe you wanted to say it before we voted?
No, I was just saying, that it's the commissioners got to present it to you. You just fund it, so.
Yeah.
Or don't fund it, that's your decision.
Well, that's why they can work it out. All right. That being said, any miscellaneous topics, Mike? At this hour, we're going to be passing a budget because we don't meet this long unless we're doing budgets. All right. Next, we have to acknowledge the receipt of the Public Defender's 2022 report. And can I have a motion to accept that public defender's report? I've been moved by Councilman Yard. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Dembski. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. That motion's carried. Next item on here is the acknowledgement of the receipt of the annual jail report. I have a motion to accept the receipt of the jail report. Been moved by Councilwoman Prosser. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Collins. Discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same. That motion is carried. Next, we have an amendment to the 2023 county salary, wage, and hour ordinance. '23 salary and hourly wage ordinance amendment, DeKalb County Council ordinance number 2023-OCC-2. The DeKalb County Council hereby establishes the following salary and hourly wage ordinance to become effective for pay period 12/18/2022 to 12/31/2022, paid on 1/13/2023 through pay period 12/3/2023 to 12/16/2023, paid on 12/29/2023. It is further ordained that all salaries and wages shall be paid bi-weekly, 26 pays. It is further ordained that any employee hired after the date of this ordinance will have one pay period withheld for audit purposes. It is further ordained that compensation of employees and elected officials may include, but is not limited to, a stipend, health insurance, health savings account match, professional certifications, educational advancements, and per diems, regardless of the source of funds for which the money is paid. It is further ordained that the raises set forth in this ordinance are contingent on employment evaluations from the elected official or department head and submitted to Human Resources prior to the year ending 12/31/2022. It is further ordained that the longevity pay that has been established to begin at year 5, increasing every 5 years until 20 years, when the yearly amount remains the same and will be funded by the general fund as the Highway Health, Central Communications funds may not have the funds to cover 5 through 9 years, $400, 10 to 14 years, $800, 15 to 16 years, $1,200, and 20 plus years, $1,600, and will be paid on the first paycheck of December each year. There will not be any proration of longevity pay. Whereas be it ordained by the 10th day of January 2023 and retroactive to January 1, 2023, that the employee will be paid within the range represented from the federal minimum wage up to and not to exceed the maximum dollar amount set forth on this ordinance unless amended. Job classification with ranges by department, budget year 2023. To circuit court replacement employee per hour, 23 to 65. Commissioner's attorney, bi-weekly, $1,730.76. Sheriff, sex offender registry officer, poll C, bi-weekly, $23.07. And treasurer, bookkeeper, Comot B, per hour, $22.56. Can I have, dated this 14th day of February 2023, can I have a motion to approve 2023 salary and hourly wage ordinance amendment, ordinance 2023-OCC-2 on first reading? Been moved by Councilman Yard, excuse me, Dave. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilman Van Wy. Discussion, comment from the public. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same. That motion's carried. Before we move on to the suspending of the rules, can the next time, all of this stuff was in the original ordinance, can we do the amendments with just what's on the back page and not have to read all this stuff?
I think you can, yes.
Okay.
And I just so you know, I prepared a resolution comes up in the next discussion, but rules, which you can adopt, which means you can always read an ordinance by title only. If the ordinance is available to you 48 hours in advance, and if there's copies available to the public on the day of the meeting. So adjust that as you wish, but I think the day of reading ordinances is.
Yeah, and some of these aren't too bad, but some of them get to be multiple pages that do present a problem. All right, I have a motion, I have a second, we have a vote. So the next thing we need to do is to get this thing moving is a motion to suspend the rules and read by title only on second and third readings. Can I have a motion to that effect? Been moved by Councilman Collins. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Van Wy. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. That motion is carried. You will read this ordinance 2023 salary and hourly wage ordinance amendment, DeKalb County Council, ordinance number 2023-OCC-2. Can I have a motion to approve this ordinance on second and third readings?
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Van Wy. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Yard. Discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. That motion is carried. All right, Dave. All right. That's done. Council discussion. Yeah, we got some more signatures here.
And we need to go back and finish the transfers and more, so there's more signatures.
Oh, that's right. I forgot all about them.
Oh, I
All
didn't.
right, that goes that way. Did you have something else for me to sign?
No, this is, I'm waiting for the transfers.
Okay. Before we go on to our council discussion, let's go back to the transfers.
Amy, I just want to sign.
All right. We've heard this is transfers from the ARPA fund, from the general catch-all line item that we put it in initially to its initial budgeted line items. Again, if we don't use the money or don't use it for that purpose, we can move it back or move it to a different line item. What is your desire here? I don't believe we had a motion of any kind on this.
Can you repeat what you just asked us?
We had held off on the transfer of the ARPA money in the amount of $8,355,421.29 from the general category that it was originally placed in to its individual budgeted line item from the budget that the commissioners presented us and we approved. We delayed the vote because of a thought that we might not want to do the money for, like the Sunny Meadows or the bot to this particular area.
I make a motion that we approve the transfer to these accounts so she can get those things paid, based upon the fact that the commissioners can come back and ask to transfer any of those amounts from those accounts to something else.
Is there a second? Second got a motion from Councilman Kraft, a second from Councilman Yard. Discussion?
A lot of people asking.
Well, and it's,
Later, some insight.
and it's something that I did say something to Commissioner Watson the other day. We had met with a group that was going to come in and give us an evaluation of the group, of the house and everything, and we were waiting on a contract to come from that group so that we could have them go in and do a study. I have not heard back from him yet. I do need to follow back up and get them here. This would be from Benchmark Services, which does this type of work for facilities like this. So we'll, yes, yes, now.
I didn't know.
We've met her one time.
Her name is Angela Brown, and she started December the 19th.
And I met her a couple of times, I had quite a few conversations, and she's, well, I think she's doing a great job and has a good ability to administer the program and administrate. And
They had a water heater issue, so Bob got involved in that.
And she also, I think, I mean, she was trying to get this, the pharmaceutical thing fixed so it can be packaged, prepackaged, but I think she sent me an email or a text saying that she got it for free. I mean, the first quote was $25 per month per client, which was about a $6,000 additional we were going to have to ask for. But I believe she sent me something that said she found another pharmacy that would do it for free. So she's on it. Like she's working hard at getting the best for the clients that we serve there.
Anyway, I'll follow up with Benchmark Services and get them in here so we can get moving on that. Do I need a vote yet? I do, okay. We have a motion and a second.
His sugar's low.
Getting long, and my sugar is getting low, as I can tell you that right now. No, that's too much. Yeah, well, it depends. If I fall down on my way out, you might want to give me some sugar.
Well, you know, you got a new vice president, let him take over and say the rest.
He's gonna get, okay, we have a motion. Can we add a second? Everybody in favor of transferring these funds signify by saying aye. Opposed, say
no.
Okay, we have a 6-1 vote. All right, so they are transferred. All right. We're gonna make this other short. I had brought this up last month, and this is something that an issue that had been brought to my attention through the AIC, through the Association of Counties, and we have a document here that was put together by the National Association of Counties on the proper conduct of a meeting. And this goes to a wider issue. We've appropriated money for Susan this year to get all of our ordinances and resolutions for the county online so they're searchable and people can determine, you know, what the rules are. Ever since I've been here, which has been almost 10 years now, we have a certain set of procedures to how we conduct these meetings. Everybody kind of assumes they're by Robert's Rules of Order and loosely, but there's nothing official that anybody could find. When we read ordinances, how much of the ordinances we read. I mean, that was established God knows how many years ago with if there were ever changes, we don't have any record of it. So I thought it would be best to introduce this. Now, this is definitely modified. I have in fact, I don't know, you still have my Robert's Rule of Order book, which is quite outdated. I've carried it around ever since I was on Auburn City Council. But I don't understand the rules as much as I should, probably. But this is a good background, and I'm not asking for any decisions on this today. Since you just got these. But it would be nice to know what are the rules, what is the procedure? one of the things I noticed as I was looking through this again today, we have a rule that says that a motion to suspend the rules has to be 100%. This says 3/4.
State law says it has to be 100%.
Is that, okay, see, that's where it comes from, but now how would we know that?
State statute requires it to be 100%.
Okay, so we would not follow everything as it's in here, but it gives us some guidance. But this is what I'm looking for, is to get some parameters and some understanding that we all are on the same page. And Don, you said you had prepared something?
Some resolutions maybe to make the meeting go a little quicker. I have two parts to the resolution that I talked to Rick about it. One is reading all ordinances by title. At the meeting. On your officials or the chair able to declare that you read them in a grouping, like he does sometimes he asks. But he can do that unless there's an objection. And if there's one objection, individually.
In a group unless there's an objection.
Or that he can do it. Required to then vote in favor of the bill. Second can second on the basis. That's one thing that, but the opening to document, Rick says, I think that says, you're not to be a slave to these rules. That's the opening paragraph. You know, they're a guideline to run your meeting, and you've always been able to run your meeting without being very, very precise. One thing you do that is not permitted by the rules is you can discuss an issue
But Dave, to your point, you can always withdraw your motion. So if you make a motion, it gets discussed, you change your mind, say, I withdraw my motion.
Even if it's second? Even if it's second?
You can withdraw your motion, can't you?
I think so. I think you can, I don't think you can withdraw your motion once it's seconded. I don't think you can. I think
Nobody's going to make a motion.
We've already broken my rule of a couple hours, and that's it.
I'm here and available.
All right, well, anyway, this is for you to review between now and next month. We will have it back on the agenda for next month. I am very interested in the ordinances that Don has already drawn up about reading by title only. And the 24-hour or 48-hour issue, I don't think is a problem, because generally we always have everything online by Friday of the week prior to our meeting. It would just mean making a couple of sets of copies that could be here.
It's not a
for
problem.
anybody. So I would like to have those ordinances on the agenda. And then we can talk about this. Okay? All right. With that being said, anybody else want to extend this meeting?
Yep.
Oh, that's right. We do have one.
This was something that you wanted.
This is something I wanted.
not me,
and we
it's your
talked about,
president.
and we talked about earlier.
Crying out loud.
One of the things that's come out from the budget and the budgeting training that AIC has done is making sure that we all understand what, in this particular case, we have a limit of 2.5% of income tax that we can impose. And this shows you what income taxes we have imposed so far, what they're being used for, or where they're at generally. So you can see the funds that they're generated, and we want to keep that in mind, and as we do the budget, we can project out to what maybe 24 would be or farther, so that we know that we are constantly staying in the black, and we are keeping our cash reserves at that 25 to 30% limit. So it's just another opportunity to make sure that you have information as we make decisions.
Yeah.
That's in the packet.
Under lit rate, distribution amounts.
So I have one question on that. You can see I have multiple years there, and the 2023, that's just in black, not highlighted. That is what we will get for the whole year. The part that's highlighted, that is what we will get each month. So do you guys want an updated one of these every single month, just adding to the last column?
We've been debating that as to whether or not to do it monthly, quarterly, twice a year. How often do you want it?
Because this one, it's not going
Monthly's
to
kind of
change.
redundant. Monthly would be kind of redundant, wouldn't it?
Probably.
Well, this is going to be redundant all year. We get the full amount that it says in 2023, or you take the column that's in yellow and multiply it by whatever month you're in, and that's how much we've gotten.
Those numbers are not going to change monthly. That's going
The
to be.
only month that it changes is December, and we're talking like pennies just to finish the rounding for the year. But those numbers do not change the entire year.
Okay, so, once a year? Once a year, good for everybody?
We gotta have it for our budget, I think.
Oh, yeah, you'll have it with the budget stuff, but these monthly meetings,
If you need it, you can just print
of course.
one. Say that with enthusiasm, woman.
Absolutely, Bill, anything for you.
I doubt that,
Oh, my, oh, my.
but I think I need to go eat.
All right, anything else?
Oh, come on, Rick,
Rick?
speak up.
It's with great pleasure that I make the motion that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
All of us second it. We all.
I have a motion and a second that we adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same. That motion's carried. We are adjourned. I don't think we've had a marathon session like this for a number of years.
All that new councilman we.
Is it his fault? Well, I've been shaking for the last 45 minutes, so I'm not.